Hello, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to another Achievement Chasers. It's been a while since we've done this. I was been on my summer hiatus. Didn't work out to do it June or July, so we're covering 2 months tonight. But I'm all back to my regularly scheduled programming. It's good to be back. Been doing everything as per usual this week. I'm amped up because I went to an awesome concert last night, and it was freaking fantastic. So I'm good to be back. I'm glad to be back and talk some achievements. So what about you, dude? How have you been doing in the interim?
To be honest, a lot of my time has been spent. If you actually watch some of my channels, you'll actually see that I've been posting a lot to my guides channel, and I've been clipping up all my old streams and then creating some achievement guides on all three platforms. So I wish there was an easy way to do all three at the same time.
Oh, post it once and have to go to all three platforms?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on your Rumble today, and I saw lots of videos. I'm like, oh, I'm going to need to reference some of these videos when I go back for some of these achievements. So good to be back and talk some achievements with you. We got 2 months to cover, so it's probably going to be a long one. Dude said he didn't have that much to talk about, but I have an extensive list of things to talk about. I'll try to skim through as much as possible and not go into too much detail, so this doesn't end up being like an 8-hour stream. Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I've got like 40 things to talk about.
Four of these things I've done on stream, so
okay.
Not much has been done off stream.
Because I haven't been able to be live all that much, a lot of before my summer hiatus, a lot of the stuff that I was playing the last couple months was mostly on stream, but most of my stuff has been off stream. So I haven't really had a whole lot of time to stream lately. So, all right, with that, I guess I'll go ahead and get started, and I'll kind of stick to my typical format. Well, I'll start from the beginning of the month and go to the end of the month, and I'll do platform by platform. So I'll do all of like Xbox achievements and all of retro achievements, and then do for June, and then after that I'll go to July and then do the same thing. So I'll go ahead and start off with my Xbox stuff for June, and I'll try to skim through as much as this as possible. So first thing I'll start off with is Scars Above. I remember that I did briefly talk about it on our last episode, however long ago that was. I know it was in June, but I you know what? Actually, I'm curious here. When was that last one? It was June 11th, so almost 2 months ago. But I do remember that I had talked about it. I don't remember how far in the game I was, but I did finish it up. I got all the achievements. It was not too difficult, but I do remember kind of describing a little bit. It felt a lot like a the gameplay was basically like a slower paced Scars Above. That's the game I'm talking about. It was like it played a lot like Returnal, but it wasn't like a bullet hell because it's a third person sci-fi game and you're getting these new guns that have different abilities. It got very close to becoming a Metroidvania because it has an interconnected map like a Metroidvania, but I don't remember if there was anything that would be like ability gating. It's been, like I said, it's already been a while since I played it, but you get like you have your lightning gun. You have one gun, but it has like different modules. So you have like the lightning module, the fire module, the ice module, and the like poison module, and you get different upgrades for them. And I don't think you need any of them to actually progress. It just allows you more options in combat. But overall, it was a decent game. I'd probably give it like it was like a AA game, and it wasn't very long, so I enjoyed it. I don't know that I actually rated it. I'd probably give it like a 7.5 or 8 out of 10. And it was not too terribly difficult. Let's see here. I remember the reason why I decided to play it. I had it, I dived it last year, but it has an 8 to 10 hour completion, and my time says 15 hours, so it wasn't too much longer than that. And it's also not a very high ratio, so nothing was too difficult. It's mostly The only thing you really have to worry about is there's one missable achievement, and it's because there's an achievement for getting all the upgrades in the game. And the reason why it's missable is because the very first upgrade in Chapter 1, you can't go back to Chapter 1 after you beat Chapter 1. Everywhere else in the game, you can go back to it anytime, but that first one, you can't go back to. So if you miss it and you continue playing, you have to play the whole game over again in order to get that one. So I made sure to get everything in Chapter 1 as I went. So I didn't have to worry about that. So
I always hate it whenever they do that.
There's not a lot of places to explore. So as long as you're like, it's pretty obvious which route is the intended route most of the time. So as long as you just go every, for most of us who are, want to make sure we cover all our bases, it's like, hey, this is the right way to go. And you have this way and this way. Go explore these ways first and then come back and go this way. You'll pretty much find everything. It's not very difficult to find everything. Most stuff is not like well hidden. It's just kind of, you just have to slightly go out of your way and you'll find everything. So it was not difficult. I did follow I went and looked up the guide for the achievement for collecting everything, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. I have to go back and got it and get it after the fact. But even if I didn't, I probably still would have found it all anyways, even without the guide. So as long as you're thorough, you'll probably get all the achievements in the game on your first time through. So I didn't have to do like a second playthrough or anything. And it was it was an interesting game. So Scars Above, I finished that off. And I think I briefly talked about this one last month as well. Flying Soldiers is a little game. It's a puzzle game, and you have these different types of birds, and you have to get them from point A to point B, and there's all these traps in between. So you have to like redirect them and use fans to have them change their paths, because there's the middle route, the top route, and the bottom route, and you have to get them to shift and bounce over things. And so it's a little puzzle game, and I finished that one up, and that one I think that was like a 1 to 2 hour completion. I picked it up. Somebody on my Xbox podcast talked about it one time, and I was like, "Oh, that sounds interesting." And it's been on sale for like $1, so I picked it up when I was on. It said, I think it was like a 1 to 2 hour completion. I think it probably took me about 3 hours because I tried not. I think there was 1 or 2 levels at the end of the game. I'm like, I have no idea how to get all the birds to the end without dying. So I did have to look up a couple of the late level solutions. But other than that, I tried to avoid all the solutions. So if you were watching a guide, you can get through it a lot faster. But I tried to solve them because I do like puzzle games, so it took me a little bit longer. But a cute little puzzle game. Finished that one off and got all the achievements. And sorry, I saw Nightmare showed up in chat saying, "Hey guys, good evening, Nightmare." Always
howdy, Nightmare.
So thanks for being here. Another game that I played. And the reason why I played this is because it was for the June target. So I often mention on True Achievements, every month has 3 targets where you can get bronze, silver, gold by getting certain numbers of achievements that meet certain criteria. And I don't remember what the criteria was, but all the achievements in this game counted for June's. So I don't know if all the achievements I got in this game got me to the gold level. I did get the gold level, but I don't know if I had to go to another game to get more achievements. But that's the Jurassic Park Classic Collection. And like a lot of these other Classic Collection games, there's this game has 8 or 9 games, and it's got the Game Boy Jurassic Park, the Game Boy Jurassic Park 2. It's got the Super Nintendo Jurassic Park. It's got 2 or 3 versions of Jurassic Park from the Genesis. It's got an NES Jurassic Park on it. So it's got all these old classic games. But like a lot of these old classic collection games, there's 1 achievement or maybe 2 achievements per game. And it's for beating the entire game. But these old classic games had cheats and stuff built in, which, because cheats aren't really a thing anymore. So all you really need to do is go and play the last level and beat it. And then it counts as beating the entire game and you get the achievement. So I jumped in and played a couple hours of that and got 7 or 8 of the achievements in the game. Let's see here how many there are in total. So in total, there are, there's only 14 achievements. I got 8 of them. So it says it's the 15 to 20 hour completion. And I've got 8 of those 14 in an hour. I think it's because a couple of the games don't have cheats, so you have to legitimately play through the entire game. So I haven't done those.
Oh, darn. I actually have to play the game.
But the reason why because I was originally planning, what was it? Doom 64 is like this, where the Xbox achievements, you can use all the in-game cheats and get all the achievements without really playing the game. And you suggested this to me, and this is what I'm going to do. I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to at some point. All the games in this collection are on retro achievements, and those are legitimate achievement lists for all these games. So I am at some point going to play all the games in this collection for retro achievements, and I'm going to have to play them legit. So that's why I was like, I'm just going to fly through these and get as many of these achievements as I can towards this goal at right now. And then later on down the road, I'll play these games legitimately for retro achievements. So, so yeah, knocked out, you know what, let's see here. Oh, I'm curious on which ones I actually did. So I did the 8-bit Jurassic Park, which is the NES one. There were 2 achievements in that game. There was Jurassic Park Portable, which is there's 2 achievements for that one. That was the first Jurassic Park on Game Boy. There was actually, I think the Jurassic Park Game Boy had 3 achievements. Oh, no, there's 2 achievements for Jurassic Park on Game Boy. There's 2 achievements for Jurassic Park 2 on Game Boy. And I got both of those. And then there's 2 achievements for Jurassic Park on the Genesis. One for beating it as Dr. Grant and one for beating it as the Raptor. But all you have to do is play the last level of basically all of since those 2 ones on the Game Boy, there's an achievement for beating like the middle level in the game, and then for beating the last level. So you just have to do 2 levels. And then the Genesis ones, you just had to beat the last level as Dr. Grant and as the Raptor. So, but yeah, I still got a few more achievements to go back and get for that one, but I also am going to play them for reals for retro achievements at some point. Another one I played, so as part of the reason why I had my summer hiatus is just like last year, I went on a bit of a trip. This was very different than last summer's trip where I went on a Mediterranean cruise. That was a vacation, a busy vacation, because we were doing lots of sightseeing and stuff. So it wasn't like sit on the beach and do nothing. But it was a lot of fun because we went and saw so many different things. This was not a vacation. Or I wouldn't say this wasn't a vacation. This was a vacation. So I went to Peru for about a week and a half, and we did. I should have got the shirt out, but I did the hike, a 4-day hike from Lima, Peru, into Machu Picchu, and that was probably the most physically strenuous thing I've done since playing sports in high school. It was pretty crazy. Anyways, I was out in the middle of the Andes, and my connection to the internet was very spotty, and so. Fortunately, I was able to keep my achievement streak alive. And just last week, I hit my 5-year achievement streak where I've gotten at least 1 achievement every day. And I was able to do that despite being in the middle of the Andes. And the way I was able to do that is on my phone, being able to get achievements in the Microsoft Mahjong game. I still don't understand how this game works, other than I know it's a tile matching game. But I was able to get an achievement 1 a day because sometimes I'd have internet connection and sometimes I wouldn't. When we were at the hotel, it was, before we went on the hike, after we got back, it was, had Wi-Fi, so that wasn't a problem. But while we were the 4 days while we were in the on the hike, I was like, I really hope that I have at least internet for a few minutes a day so I can get a Mahjong achievement. So I got a few Mahjong achievements, and I was able to keep my achievement streak alive. That's another one where all the Microsoft games that you can play on your phone, like Mahjong, I went into detail on this like 2 years ago when I was playing
Solitaire.
No, that's what I'm currently playing. I'll talk about that in a little. Well, that applies as well. But Solitaire is the one I've been working on basically the last half of last year and all of this year. But the one that I completed last year was Sudoku. That's in the same family of games where I can play them on my phone and still get Xbox achievements. All of these games have an achievement for getting 12 bronze medals, 10 silver medals, and 8 gold medals. And you can only get one of those a month. So it takes basically a year to get all 12 bronze medals, or at least 11 months and like a week into the 12th month. Because in order to get a bronze medal, you can do it in about 3 or 4 days worth of challenges. So Mahjong is another one. Once I finish up Solitaire, which is what I'm currently working on, that'll probably be my next one that I work on for the next year or so. I just still don't understand how the game works, because sometimes I can match tiles and sometimes I can't. I'm like, this game makes no sense. But anyway, so I've been played a little bit of Mahjong.
They have to be on the edges, if I remember correctly.
What I really need to do is I need to look up the rules, because it's like I just tap. It's basically tap 2 that match, and sometimes it lets me match them and sometimes it doesn't. So I'll have to look up to fully understand it. But I played that while I was on my trip, and to keep my achievement streak alive. Since I got back, I haven't touched it. I've been, like I said, I've been playing nothing but Solitaire, which has those same sets of achievements. But Solitaire has like way more achievements, and there's so much more stuff to do in Solitaire. So I've been playing Solitaire literally every day for like the last 12 months at least, working on it little by little. So, yeah, so Mahjong, so before I went on my trip, though, I was like, I don't want to start a new game right before I leave on a trip. So I needed an achievement to keep my streak alive. And so I decided for like the 2 or 3 days before I left, I played and got one more achievement in Trials Fusion, which I haven't gotten an achievement in probably since, I think the last time I got an achievement in Trials Fusion is when I completed my bean dive on stream last May before I went on my Mediterranean cruise, because I was like, I need to finish this bean dive so I can dive all these games I've been backlogging. So I have lots to choose from while I was on that trip. So I went back and I got one more achievement in Trials Fusion. I think it was for one of the DLCs, because there's a lot of like Easter eggs and like collectibles, which they're usually the squirrels. You have to find them hidden throughout the tracks. One of the DLCs, I hadn't done that yet. So I went and I think I found all the squirrels in that DLC to get an achievement in Trials Fusion. And then I also got 2 more achievements in Trials Evolution, which was an Xbox Live Arcade game that has been delisted. So, and it was digital only. So if you didn't get it then, there's no way to get it now.
Apparently, there was a screw up that Microsoft, if there was a way you could get a delisted games license to your account a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
it was not a legal way of doing it though.
If they're delisted, it doesn't matter. It's legal. They can.
Well, you could also do listed games as well, but.
Oh, okay. That I don't condone. But anyways, let's see.
It was a screw up on their end, though.
So looking back at my Trials Evolution achievement, I did get one achievement in 2019. The last one before that, though, was in 2013. But I went and I got an achievement. Let's see here. What was it? In one of the DLCs.
You're going to try and make a challenge to the longest completion you've ever made compared to mine with Spider-Man Web of Shadows?
I have to go back and finish that one too, but I only started that one like a year ago, so my start to end wouldn't be that long. Did you finish Web of Shadows?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, what was yours?
That was a while ago. Remember?
Do you remember what your start to end time was?
I'd have to check it up again.
I'm pretty sure my longest is either BioShock or Amped 3, and they're both about 12 or 13 years. I know what my longest could be though. My longest that could be, I haven't beaten it, and I doubt I ever will. But by far, the longest one would be Perfect Dark Zero, because I started that the day I got my 360 in February of 2006. I still haven't completed it because it's a really difficult game. So that one would be over 20 years if I was able to ever complete it. But anyways, I went and I got one achievement in Trials Evolution for also finding all the squirrels in the Riders of Doom DLC, which I never did before. So I got one achievement in Trials Evolution. I got 2 in Trials Fusion. And then 2 other quick things. I didn't get any achievements in it because I already had all the achievements, but Dude and I and Paul, and I don't think Bliss was there for that one, but we finished off our second half of Halo 5. So we did Halo 5 in June, but I think you and I both already had all the achievements in that game.
Yeah, I've had all the achievements for that one for a while.
So, and then the last one I'll talk about for June for Xbox is Crypt Custodian, which I went into depth on our last episode. And I was talking about that one because I was panic playing it because it was leaving Game Pass on the June 30th. And I had one achievement left, and I finished that achievement up, which was for completing the boss rush on the hardest difficulty, which I think I went into detail about it, but I was able to cheese it because what you can do is you can just play each boss on the lowest difficulty, and then once you beat them, pause the game and change the difficulty to the highest difficulty before the animation ends, and it counts for beating on the highest difficulty. So given that it was about to leave Game Pass in a couple hours, I was like, yeah, I'm going to do this to make sure that I get it done before it leaves. So I did get that last achievement, and I did get the completion, and I rather enjoyed it. But I often want to give a shout out to Kyle Thompson, who's the developer of that game. He's got 3 games so far, and 2 of his games I've done on stream. The other one I think I mentioned last time as well. So the first one he released was Sheepo, which was the very first video ever on my channel, was a Sheepo speedrun. But it was you don't see my face. There was no audio or anything. It was just like video of the game. And then I did his second game called Islets on stream for Metroid Monday earlier this year, and that's my favorite of the three. And then I did Crypt Custodian, not on stream, but I did that one mainly in May, but I did get that last achievement in June before it left Game Pass.
Oh, by the way, on this, either Spider-Man or Web of Shadows, it was 15 years between the first release and first achievement unlocked and the last one.
Okay, I'll go and double check on which one. I know it's between BioShock and Amp 3. I'll go and check in just a minute. But yeah, so I went and got the last achievement in. You know what? Was Crypt Custodian leaving in June or in May? Let me see. Crypt Custodian. There it is. I got the last achievement on June 1st, so it left on June 1st, the end of May. So I was. All the other achievements I got in May, but I got that last one in June, so I just wanted to make a mention of it. Got the last achievement and finished that one off. So that basically covers all of my Xbox for the course of June. So yeah, I'll go ahead and toss it over to you for whatever you got next.
Gotcha. I think the first game I'll go ahead and talk about is the game I was playing on stream still while the last one was going on, and that was I decided to bring back Show and Tell. Since I'm back in a position. But Super Mario Galaxy I was working on, and I ended up finishing on stream. And I ended up having to go through it twice because there is an achievement for getting all the stars as Luigi. But there is actually a reason for that, and that's because there's one more level that's unlocked when you've done all 120 stars as Mario and Luigi on the same save file.
Okay.
And they actually do make it so that you actually have, whenever you play as Luigi, he has different stats. So pretty much he has less traction. He's a bit faster at higher speed, and he jumps higher. So there are some stars that are
for Luigi.
Yeah, there are some stars that are actually easier with him, but then there's others that are harder with him.
So do you have to get all of them on this bonus level with one character and the other, or is there just
you have to get all 120 stars as both characters?
As both characters, okay.
So you pretty much have to complete the game twice in one save file. And you don't unlock Luigi until you get the 120 stars as Mario anyways.
Right. Maybe I misunderstood because it sounded like you said after you beat it with both of them, you get one additional level.
Yes. You only have to do it. You only have to beat it once as them. And it's kind of like just a walkthrough level pretty much. It's not really anything crazy.
Okay, it's not like a super difficult level. So I was going to say, do you have to collect all the stars in, I don't know, Galaxy? So are there...
There's 120.
In the game, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not like per level.
No.
Okay. Then...
Some levels have... Some levels... They're very sporadic with levels. I think most of the levels have at least 3 or 4. And then like a couple levels on that have 1.
Okay. I misunderstood what you were saying then. All right. Let me pull that up.
So let me look at it's pretty much Super Mario Galaxy. It's what you expect. But what's funny is that when I was playing through the game, I ended up getting 2 of the coin collector achievements.
I think I noticed that you got a couple of the subset achievements, which I'm assuming you weren't really like going out of your way for.
No, because it's literally you collect 2 coins and you get all of the coins in 1 star. And that's one of the ones I got.
Oh yeah, 2. It has 104 in that subset.
There's some of the levels are super easy, but then the others are like impossible. That's why I never go for the coin collector.
Okay.
On Super Mario 64, the coin collector achievements were actually in the main set, and let's just say that the volcano level made me quit the set because of that, and then they eventually made it a subset.
Oh, okay. Because I haven't gotten.
When I finally went back to it.
I haven't gotten to Mario 64 yet, and I was like, oh no! But they made it in a subset, so that makes me.
To be perfectly honest, the first water level it wouldn't be so bad to put the coin collector achievement in there. It's just more like it kind of breaks the subset if you don't have all of them in that.
Right.
Because you know how in Super Mario 64 there's a star for collecting 100 coins in every level. Well, in the first water level there's only 106. So you just get 6 more and you got the achievement.
Oh, okay. Are some of the other levels have a lot more than that?
Yeah, they're like 140, 160.
Oh, okay. I haven't played Super Mario 64 since.
And also some of the levels
it's been a long time.
And also, a lot of the levels have enemies that can drop coins. If you don't pick up the coin before it falls off the map or just disappears, you lose that coin forever, even if the enemy respawns.
You'd have to restart the level, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's just say there's a couple of levels I had already done that were that painful.
Oh, because the achievements for getting every coin in that level. So if you every time something like that happens, you got to go and start the level over again. That would be a royal pain in the butt.
And it's easier to just die than actually hit exit level, because whenever you say exit level, you go back to the lobby of the castle.
But
so then you have to walk back to the portrait. It's easier just to get yourself killed and then get knocked out of the portrait.
And then just jump back in.
Yep.
Okay.
But going back to Galaxy, I mean, mostly it was just me finishing up doing the challenge achievements. I did most of the challenge achievements as Mario. There was only one that was specifically for Luigi, and it was a somewhat difficult one because you had to do a perfect triple jump to be able to skip the spring mushroom.
Okay. It doesn't
once you got it right, it wasn't too bad. It was just one specific jump that was a pain.
Okay. So,
but some of those level challenges took me a long time, because I can tell you this one right now, completing Luigi's purple coins, which is a purple coin challenge. You're supposed to get all of the coins in under 3 minutes, or 100 coins in under 3 minutes. You have the achievements for doing under 2 minutes. That one didn't take me too long, but I finished that at 11:20 according to the retro achievements time. And then the next achievement, which was on the same level, but I had to collect all 150 purple coins in the 3 minutes, because there was 50 that you could skip and still get the star.
Oh, okay. So there's one. It's like the same challenge. There's more coins than you need, but you have to collect 100 in 2 minutes, or all 150 in 3 minutes.
Yes.
And those are two separate achievements. And that one, all 150 in 3 minutes, is really difficult.
Yes. It took me over almost an hour and a half to do that.
To do this 1 3-minute challenge.
And I did that on stream, so I did actually make a guide for that to make it look easy, because I just did the one that I was successful on.
Nice. Yeah,
because the biggest problem with that one is that a couple of the coins are off the map, and then you have to use the spin attack, aerial spin attack, to get back on the stage while you're getting all the coins. Which isn't bad whenever you're trying to go for the 100, but whenever you're trying to get all 150, if you miss one of those coins, and because of the way the map is designed, it's one of those maps where whenever you're on one of the squares, it starts going away. So you have to plan out your route.
Oh, okay.
Or else you won't be able to get all the coins because there's nowhere to go.
Will disappear.
Yep. Gotcha. So if you miss one of those ones that's on off the corner sides, you won't be able to get it anyway. So you just might as well hop off the map.
Okay.
So that was definitely the hardest one. The rest of them were just took me a couple tries, but most of them weren't too bad.
So the 150 purple coins in under 3 minutes was the hardest one in the whole set. Okay. So yeah, Mario Galaxy has 160 achievements, and it says estimated 41 hours to complete. Looks like you did.
I think they had about at least one challenge at least per galaxy, but a couple of the galaxies had a couple.
And how many galaxies? I think I asked you this last time, but how many?
I don't know how many galaxies there were. I have to look it up.
And I'm assuming each galaxy is basically like a world and has a number of levels within it.
Yeah, pretty much each galaxy is a world.
Okay.
Which is weird, because then Galaxy 2, which I'll talk about later, has worlds of galaxies.
No comprende.
It's weird.
Okay. But yeah, I do. I don't know if I'm going to go for the 100%, but I am going to play this game at some point.
It's not a bad, outside of a couple of the challenge achievements, that it's not a bad
not bad completion.
Yeah, and after they found out that you could actually go back to the first level, there is no missable achievements in this.
Was there some marked as missable and they had to have it removed because they figured out that you can?
Yeah, you can go back to it, so it wasn't too bad.
Okay. Yeah,
what's funny is that was one of the harder achievements too. Was the first one?
The one that was marked missable.
The first missable, or the only one that was missable.
Okay. So I still got a number. I've got a lot of Mario games to go before I get.
In Mario Galaxy 1, there is 42 galaxies.
42 galaxies. Okay.
Well, but then it talks about World S.
So
thanks I think that's more of a hold on, let me look it up on the wiki instead of using the
AI summary.
There's 91 in both games, 42 in Galaxy, 49 in Galaxy 2.
Okay. And how many levels would you say are in each one on average?
I mean, in Mario Galaxy 1, there's in most of them there's like at least 3 stars. Let me look it up because it's been a while.
Like 3 stars per galaxy?
Yes, at least.
And do you
Oh no, the
So it's
robust
not
galaxies. Actually, no wait. The robust galaxies, which are the ones you normally would, are the normal levels that you would expect from a 3D Mario. Those one have 6 missions.
okay. So they may that they would go
Then
up
there's
to
this.
6
Then there's like the
levels
smaller
per
mission,
galaxy.
smaller galaxies that have 1 mission each, and then of course the boss levels that have 1 mission each.
Okay, so it's like a 1 to 6 range per galaxy.
Yes, 1 or 6.
Sounds good.
Now, luckily, you don't have to worry about 100 coin star.
Oh, is there? That's not in this game.
No.
Okay.
Like early in the first group of galaxies, there's only 2 robust and 2 mystery galaxies. So there's only 15 stars in that first section total.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Anything else you want to?
Trying to think if there's anything else.
Galaxy.
Just it was Mario Galaxy, although I still think Sunshine is better than Galaxy.
You like Sunshine better?
I just prefer the moveset of Sunshine more, even though I have recently realized this. There is one move that Sunshine took out of Mario's repertoire that is in every other 3D game, and that's the long jump.
Oh, Sunshine doesn't have that?
No, but other than that, he has the most robust moveset in Sunshine, even without the flood.
Oh, even without flood?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was
because
of
in
flood.
Sunshine he also has a spin jump that you can do, where you spin the control stick before you do your jump, and it gets you a higher jump.
Isn't that doesn't Galaxy have that as well?
It's a different type of spin, and you can only use it, and you have to use it. You have to flick the controller while you're in the air.
Right.
That's also his only way of attacking too. So, besides jumping on his enemy.
I think I asked you this last time, but this was your first time playing Galaxy?
From what I remember, yeah, it is my first time playing through Galaxy.
Okay.
Especially going for the 120 stars.
Yeah,
I think I played it when it was new and didn't really jive with it too much, and of course because no achievements.
So you played it maybe a little bit, but you probably didn't get very far.
No, I didn't get too far. I think I got to the second section of Galaxies.
Because at
most.
Often mention I'm not a huge Mario fan. And I was actually mentioned to Lois on Shadow's Factory yesterday. The last mainline Mario game I played, that not like the last game that I played in the Mario franchise, because that was Mario 3 just earlier this year. But the last one that released that I played was Mario 64. I've not played any of the Mario games past that. So I'm very slowly making my way. As I mentioned, I started Mario 1 last year. I did finish Mario 1, and then I started Mario 2, and then I hated it. So I was like,
what's funny is Mario 2 is the only Mario game I made achievements for. And I made it for the NES version.
No, okay. Yeah, I've been playing the All-Stars version. That's the one that I had. And so I hated 2, moved on to 3. I think I've beaten the first 6 worlds, and it's like, I'll go back and finish it, at least, beat it. I just don't really want to. So I moved on, and I'll get to it later, but I did start Super Mario World a couple weeks ago, and I've actually been enjoying that, because that's the one that I was most looking forward to playing again, because that was, like I often mentioned, that was the first video game I ever owned. So that is my favorite Mario game, but I don't have a lot to pick from, because I haven't played a lot of them. But I will after. Oh, I mentioned this last year, because I actually mentioned this part as well on Shadow's Factory, because I was back when I talked about this at the beginning of last year. I was like, yeah, I'm going to play Mario 1, 2, 3, Super Mario World, Super Mario 64, Sunshine. And you're like, wait, you're forgetting something. I'm like, what am I forgetting? And you're like, you forgot Yoshi's Island. I'm like, I did forget Yoshi's Island. So after I beat Mario World, I'll be playing Yoshi's Island.
The superior platformer on Super Nintendo.
That's what I hear from a lot of people. So I'll be doing Yoshi's Island for the first time. Then I'll be doing Super Mario 64 for the first time since my childhood. And then Sunshines. And I'm going to do Eclipse for the first time ever. And then Galaxy with 1 and 2.
You'll definitely want to watch some of those guides I made from my Sunshine playthrough.
Yes, absolutely.
Some of those, actually, to be honest, most of them aren't too bad outside of the first and final levels.
Okay, but yeah, I also mentioned in Lois is like I'm going to be going through these games, but how long it takes me to do that? It could take like 5 years. Who knows? So, but all right. So yeah, you got all 160 achievements in Mario Galaxy, and you did it all on stream.
Yes.
So, all right. Anything else on Galaxy then?
Not that I can think of. I mean, let me look at how many guides I had to make for that one.
All right. Well, you're.
I do have playlists on the
Oh, you have playlists of them
on the YouTube side.
On the YouTube side, perfect. I'll definitely use that.
I have 90. There's 94 guides for Galaxy.
Just for Galaxy.
Yes.
Nice. So, if you're gonna play Galaxy, especially for retro achievements, go check out Dude's channels on YouTube and Rumble. Links are in the stream description if you want some help with that.
I've made almost 400 clips, pretty much.
Nice.
Since I've been doing this.
So I have a few, and it was I made them so that I could post them to True Achievements as a video guide for something, but I haven't made anywhere. I think I made like 9. I don't even think I've made 10.
Well, you got to remember, I'm just clipping them straight out of my own streams. So
right.
There's like no real editing or anything. It's just me just clipping it out, and here you go.
Yeah. So.
I mean, those could also be useful for putting on the Retro Achievement site too.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
although whenever I went through my oracles, I realized, wait, there's only 2 of the challenge achievements I actually did on stream, because I had already done the original sets for oracles.
Oh, okay. Because that was one of the ones that I saw you when I went to your Rumble page. It was just, because they were in just like I don't know if they're probably in the order that you uploaded them in, but
they're in the order I uploaded.
One of them that I saw at the time that I looked at the page was for, I think it was Twin Rova on Seasons.
Yep. Well, it's Seasons and Ages because it's the same fight in both.
Okay. I don't, because I've never played Seasons, but I had and beat Oracle, back in the day, and then I beat it last year. I don't have all the achievements, but I did do it with I did beat the game with the 3 hearts. So fortunately on Retro Achievements there is an actual walkthrough for getting 100% in both games, and like here's the order to do it all in. So I did play my first playthrough of Oracle with that in mind, because you have to play them the way you play them. You have to do them in a certain order, and the way you play each one has to be done in a certain order. Not has to, but it's if you to minimize your playthroughs,
yeah,
so you don't have to replay through each game like
you can start with either or, but you have to you do have to eventually do it in a specific order based on which one you started with.
Yeah,
so you start with Seasons, you go Seasons, Ages, then Ages to Seasons.
Right. Or if you start with Ages like I did, I'll go Ages, Seasons, Ages.
Yes.
So that's what I'm planning on doing. Anyways,
but for the fights that the last 2 fights that's in the Link game, which is Twin Rova and Ganon, they're pretty much the exact same fight. The only difference is maybe in one game you only have the Rock's Feather, but the other one you have the Rock's cape, which gives you a double jump instead.
Oh, okay.
And the difference between the seed slot, this way you shoot seeds at your opponents, because you got the slingshot and you got the
seed shooter.
Yeah, seed shooter.
Okay. What I was going to ask you is, would I have been able to play with the true ending or whatever, where you fight Twin Rova, if I only had Ages, or would I have had to have done Seasons as well?
You have to do both. You can't fight Twin Rova and Ganon until you've done the second playthrough, second quest.
Okay. So since I never played Ages, I never played Seasons back in the day, I wouldn't have been able to fight Ganon and Twin Rova unless I went online and found someone's code and plugged it into my game, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I did that or not. So I was trying to think of whether I ever actually did fight Ganon and Twin Rova back in the day. So I remember fighting Ganon, but I could be getting it mixed up with Link's Awakening and not one of the Oracle games. So All right. Okay, so before I move on, I pulled up, as we were talking about earlier, the longest time to start to completion for a game. You said yours, Web of Shadows, was 15 years?
Yep.
Okay, so you got me beat. My two longest was BioShock, which I started in November of 07 and finished in December of 2020, so just over 13 years. And then Amped 3, and they both had a very similar situation because I originally rented them from GameFly back in the day, and then I sent them back. BioShock, though, I completed it. I sent it back to GameFly. Then, literally like a week later, they added one more achievement. So that that game was completed for like a week, and then it sat uncompleted on my gamer tag for like 13 years.
I'm so glad I didn't play it until that achievement was added.
So I
got the full completion on my first playthrough.
So I went back and I ended up buying it on Amazon a couple years ago for a couple of dollars and made another playthrough so I could get that last achievement. And then my longest one was Amp 3, started November of 06, so a year before BioShock, and then ended the same time as BioShock because I completed them both back to back in December of 2020. So that one was just over 14 years. So your Web of Shadows has me by a year. But if I can ever finish Perfect Dark Zero, I will overtake that with 21 years as of right now. But I have no plans to finish Perfect Dark Zero because that game is very difficult on Dark Agent. So, all right. Moving on to my next set of things to talk about. Let's see here. What the heck did I just do? There we go. All right. So I'll kind of group two things together here because there's I'll talk about, I got some retro achievements to talk about in June, and then also a little bit of Steam achievements to talk about in June.
Ooh.
So
a little bit of variety from you.
So for retro achievements, I finally, or I don't remember when I actually got back to it, but I had been talking about it for a couple months because the Wii launch event was from when the Wii launched on retro achievements in March. I think it was March 19th, if I remember correctly, and ran to July 19th. So I was trying to at least get the story completion for Donkey Kong Country Returns before I left on my trip. I did not. I think because there are 8 worlds in Donkey Kong Country Returns, I think I finished World 7 the night before I left. I'm like, I can't get through a whole nother world. I need to go to bed. Or actually, I think it was the night before, because the night we left, they came and picked me up at, I think, 1 o'clock in the morning because our flight was like at 6 o'clock. And we had to drive 2 hours to San Francisco, and we had to be there early. So we left at like 1 in the morning. So I didn't sleep that night. But the night before, and I had stuff going on that day of getting ready, so I didn't really get to play that much. So I had like 1 world left. So I did after I got back from the trip in July. So I'll just mention that now, so I won't talk about it on when I get into July stuff. But I did most of the work for Donkey Kong Country Returns in June. But I did finish the last achievement last couple of achievements for beating the game in July. But I did beat the game, and I got however many points it was worth. As I was going through it, because I started this, I think in March. I mean, actually started. I think I beat like the first world or two in March, and then I told you about how I got that that bug where the game kept crashing on that one level, and so I figured out how to fix it. So I sat for a few weeks where I didn't play it. But I think most of the work I did in the game was in May or June. And as I was going through, I was getting, the reason why I was taking a while is because before I moved on to the next level, I made sure I got all of the puzzle pieces for each level, and I also got all the Kong letters. So I wouldn't move on to the next level until I got basically all the collectibles in each level. And each world has, I want to say, let's say they have 8 levels plus a bonus level. And you only get that bonus level by collecting all of the Kong letters and puzzle pieces in all of the other regular levels. If I remember correctly, that's how you get the bonus level. And there's an achievement for beating each of those bonus levels. And up through, I think I did like World 5, I did the bonus level as well. But because of the time constraint, I didn't do that bonus level for like levels or for worlds like 6, 7, and 8. So I do need to go back and get that bonus level done at least. But I did beat the game and got all of the puzzle pieces and all of the Kong letters. So that was kind of my main goal. But I only have, let's see here, I think I only have like half the achievements because there is also, there's There's an achievement for basically just beating every world. There's an achievement for finding all of the Kong letters in each world. There's an achievement for finding all the puzzle pieces in each world, which I've done all of those. And then there's an achievement for beating that bonus level in each world, which I have about half of those. There is also, it's not my most recently played game, so I got to expand. There are a total of 83 achievements, and I only have 32 of them. So I only have 38% of the achievements, and that
so now there's a bunch of achievements for each of the time trials.
Yes. So there's a time trial for every level, and it's got like bronze, silver, and gold. And there's an achievement for getting the gold time limit on every level. And I'm like, I'm not doing that right now. Maybe I'll come back to it later. And in addition to that, there is also mirror mode, which I don't know what that is, or I don't even know if I've unlocked it yet. I haven't looked into it.
I think it just reverses the direction you're going in.
That's what I thought, and it may do that. I was like, maybe it's just instead of going from left to right, you're going from right to left, which wouldn't be that big of a deal.
I think it also makes it so you can only play as Donkey Kong. There's no Diddy.
Yes. So it's basically the game's hard mode, because one thing that I like about this game compared to like the older Donkey Kong Country games is in Donkey Kong Country, you basically have two hits, because you have, in Donkey Kong Country, the first one, you have Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong. Whichever one gets hit, you switch to the other one. You lose the one that got hit until you get a DK barrel. And if you get hit again before you get another DK barrel, then you lose a life. You got to start the level over again, either from the beginning or the checkpoint if you reach it. Donkey Kong Country 2, instead of Donkey Kong and Diddy, it was Dixie and Diddy. And then Donkey Kong Country 3, instead of Dixie and Diddy, it was Dixie and Kitty. Donkey Kong Country Returns, you only ever play as Donkey Kong, but you have 2 HP, but you can get Diddy, and that adds another 2 HP, so you basically have 4 HP, but you don't ever play as Diddy Kong. All he does is he rides on your back, and he has a jetpack, so he allows you to, when you jump and hold the jump button, you'll glide, and you can go farther than you normally would, and you can stay airborne a little bit longer, so it's easier to plan your platforming. So when you have Diddy, it makes the game a little bit easier, and you have 4 hit points. From what I remember reading is one mirror mode basically has, I don't remember, it might have no checkpoint barrel, so if you die you have to start the whole level over again, and you only have 1 hit point, and there's no Diddy, so you can't ever get more than 1 hit point. You have to beat every level without taking a hit, which is like, some of these levels were very difficult. Fortunately, another thing that I really liked about this game is the extra lives are ridiculously abundant, so you never really have to worry about running out of lives. I don't even know what happens when you run out of lives, because that never happened. But there were some levels where I'd start out the level with like 90 balloons, because that's what extra lives are, balloons in the Donkey Kong Country games. And by the time I finally beat the level and got all the puzzle pieces and all the Kong letters, I was at like 40. So I use like 50 lives on some of these levels, because they're difficult. So doing these levels without taking a hit, I don't think I would be able to do. So maybe I'll give it a shot sometime in the future. I don't plan to do it, assuming that what I read about mirror mode is correct. I could be misremembering, because I did look it up what mirror mode was like a month ago, but I think it's basically like the game's hard mode, and I don't plan on doing that, but maybe we'll give it a go in the future. But I did beat the story, which is what I was going for because of the retro achievements we launch. You get 1 point for every game you beat the story, and a second point for every game you get all the achievements in. Except some games have a multiplier if they're harder or longer. And I think Donkey Kong Country Returns was actually had a multiplier of 2. So beating it was,
I think it's because of the mastery more than the beat.
A lot of the games, the beating the game is super easy, but the mastery is like crazy hard. So because of that, they'll add
just crazy long.
Yeah, or crazy long. So that one, if you beat it, it's worth 2 points.
Like look at Smash Brothers Brawl.
Yeah. And if you master it, it's worth 4 points. So that one was worth 2 points, or was worth a 2 times multiplier. Whereas like Smash Brothers Brawl, because that one's like a 200-hour completion, that one is a ×3 multiplier. So beating it is I wouldn't say super easy, but doesn't take a lot of time. It's basically like in 8 hours to get through the subspace emissary. That'll give you 3 points. But if you master it, that's going to take like another 180 hours, but you will get another 3 points. But it's probably, if you're going for the points, your time is probably better off suited towards going towards other games rather than.
Nah, I mastered Brawl.
But yeah, you mastered Brawl. I did beat Brawl, so I got the 3 points for beating the story, and I did a lot of other stuff. I have to go back and do a lot.
It took me 191 hours to master it.
So let's see here. Did I do any of that in No, the last achievement I got in Brawl was in May, so I didn't play any of it in June or July. But anyways, I did get 2 points for this, and so the points were for, I think the bronze was 15 points, silver was 25 points, and gold was 35, and grandmaster was 50. Dude here got way over 50 points for grandmaster, and
I don't think I got way over. I think I got it barely.
Well, you had grandmaster very early on,
Yeah.
and then you played other stuff that wasn't Wii related. So
once that hit, yeah,
I snuck in at like, what's the term? Like, there's a term for it, but I snuck in like just under the wire. There we go, for the bronze medal, and I got the 15 points, but just barely. So I'll get into that a little bit more later. But played. So that was my first time playing Donkey Kong Country Returns, and I really liked it a lot. So we were also talking, because I mentioned that on Chad's Factory yesterday with Lois, and we were talking about Donkey Kong Country. He's like, I think Tropical Freeze is a way better game, is what he said. I was like, I haven't played Tropical Freeze yet, but I do have it, and I do plan to play it at some point. I just don't know when I'm going to get to playing it. But I was like, do I like this one more than the original 3 Donkey Kong Country games? Is like, that's a good question. I don't know. I would say, because my hot take was that Donkey Kong Country 2 is like most people's favorite, and that's the one I see as everyone like praises as the best. That's my least favorite of the original 3. So I like Donkey Kong Country Returns much more than I like Donkey Kong Country 2. But do I like it more than Donkey Kong Country 1 or 3 is the question. I don't know about that. But I did really enjoy Donkey Kong Country Returns. So that was one of the things I did for Retro Achievements in June. And then the other thing that I did, and I did it on a single stream for my Wednesday night retro rewind, and this is something that I think you're going to be talking about here in a little bit, because you mastered it as well. Sorry to spoil a little bit of your thunder, but I'll let you go into way more detail about it, because you have a lot more to talk about it than I did. But that is Star Fox 64. I did play through it twice on that stream, because it is a very short game. My first playthrough, I did
only
the
twice.
Easy route. I did the easy route. I've got mine as well. It's in my case with the rest of my N64 games, but I haven't played that game in probably 20 years. But it was great.
Same.
It's still my favorite of the Star Fox games easily. But my first playthrough, I did the easy route, and the second playthrough, I tried to do the entire top route, but after the second level, I screwed up and I went through the middle route, and then I went back up. And then I still came into Venom from the hard route.
To get to Aquas from Sector Y, you have to get 100 shots. You have to hit 100 enemies, pretty much.
That's the one I missed. I didn't go to Aquas. I went to whatever
Katina?
the one is. Katina. Is that the one before the solar? When you're on the star, essentially. So I went through that one and then went back up. But I did 2 playthroughs. So I did the easy and essentially like the medium playthrough, and beat it. And I will go back, and I don't know if I'm going to master it, but I do plan to go back.
Mastery isn't that bad.
Bunch more
outside of some of the medals.
Because if I could upload my save from my cartridge, I would have probably have all the achievements. Because I'm pretty sure I medaled every level on expert back in the day as a kid. I'll have to I need to plug because my N64 is there, but it's not actually plugged in. I need to plug it in and put my N64 cartridge in and hope that my save data is still on
as
there.
a kid, I don't think I ever medaled a Sector Z on expert. So it was finally nice getting that old white whale out of the way.
So I need to boot my copy up and check just to make sure that is correct. But I do know for a fact that I did unlock the on-foot characters for multiplayer, which I think in order to do that, you had to medal every level on expert.
No, you only had to medal Venom on expert.
Only Venom on expert.
So pretty much just go the hard route and just take down Star Wolf fast, and you're good.
Well, I did unlock the on foot, and because I remember having a lot of fun with that in the multiplayer, playing against my friends. So I did do that. I don't know if I medaled everything on expert. I need to boot up my copy, and hopefully my save data is still on there. The battery in my cartridge hasn't died from 20 years of sitting there. But anyways,
it should be fine. Those batteries backups don't take a whole lot of battery power, so it's not that big of a deal. It was those Pokemon games that died so fast because they actually acted like a clock.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
So because of the clock, that it would drain power much faster.
Okay. But yeah, so that was my first time playing through Star Fox 64 in probably 20 years, and it's still easily is my favorite Star Fox game. And I played the original, I played 64, and I played Assault. I have not played Zero or Command or Star Fox 2, although I do plan to play all of those at some point. And Star Fox Adventures, I do plan to play that as well. But where the heck is...
I ended up getting all the achievements for Star Fox 64 in 6 streams.
Okay. How many playthroughs did it take? Do you know?
I'd say at least 2 or 3 playthroughs each night, so at least 12 or 13.
Okay.
But by the time I was done, I was pretty much just trying to do some cleanup. So the last couple were just get to specific planets and do a specific thing.
So there are a total of 50 achievements in Star Fox 64. I got 14 of them, so not a lot. I still got a lot to go back and do, but I had a lot of fun replaying that game because that is a great game. So yeah, I'm sure Dude will get into it more in depth. So I'll just kind of gloss over that for the time being.
Might as well go right into me.
Let me go ahead and just finish up my June stuff because I don't really have I only have a little bit to talk about on for Steam.
It just makes sense to for me to go into what my Star Fox 64. After I'm done with my Star Fox 64, you can go finish up your June.
All right, fine.
It's just weird. It's just weird going back and forth like that.
Okay.
But pretty much this was the game. This was one of the games I used to play a lot back in the N64 days. I haven't played it much since then, so coming back to it was kind of weird. But even though I'm using a third-party controller for the N64 games, it did not feel any different.
Oh,
so that was nice.
I need to ask you about this because when it took me, I actually started my stream late by like an hour because I've not had this problem with any of the other N64 games, but I had a problem with Star Fox 64 and it wouldn't do the U-turn or the loop. I'm pushing the buttons and it wouldn't do it. Did you run into that problem?
I did not.
Okay. So real briefly, so I started my stream really late because I'm like, why is this not working? I had to figure it out and fix it before I could actually play it. So I did figure it out and I had to Google it and I came across a Reddit post and found someone who had the exact same problem as me, whereas everything else works except for the U-turn and the loop maneuver. And it has something to do with like the timing between the button presses. And I would do them and it would only register like 1 out of every 20 times. And it's because there was some sort of setting in the emulator where it's like you have to push the two of them together within 0.01 milliseconds of each other in order for it to register. So he said, go into this setting and change it from 1.1 to 1.3 or something like that. And I went and I changed it to 1.3 and everything worked fine. So I don't know what the heck that was, but thanks to that person on Reddit from 3 years ago that figured it out. I commented on it. I'm like, 3 years later or whatever, this helped solve my issue immediately. So once I figured that out, then I was able to play it without any problems. So just a little side tangent I wanted to mention.
Gotcha.
So you started and finished Star Fox 64 all on stream. So you now have all 50 achievements. So we'll go in a little bit more depth on it since you got them all. Give us kind of a brief rundown of what all the achievements what do they entail? What are the groups of achievements like?
Pretty much you have achievements for getting all the medals, of course, on both normal and hard. You also have there is an achievement for going through the entire hard route. So pretty much get to Venom there. And of course, there's an achievement for beating Venom on both the easy route and the hard route.
I got that one.
One rich fox, that means you have a ton of downs in the playthrough, and you pretty much have to get whenever you know how at the end of the credits you get the payment.
You get the invoice.
Invoice. You have to get over 70,000 for that one. Actually, what's funny is it took me a while to get the earlier one, which is between 50 and 70, because I kept shooting down so much that I would always get over 70K.
Oh, so you had to lay off a little bit to get your invoice lower.
Yep.
Yeah, I got that one. I didn't get the higher one though.
Oh, on the first boss, there was an achievement for destroying 5 of his inessential parts.
I
You know
think
that
I got that
the
achievement
mech
on
one.
accident. I wasn't even going for it.
I beat him. Every time I played a fight him, I always beat him before Slippy could even pull up his health bar. Because the way I would always do it, I would always go down low, take out one of his feet, then just fly over a little bit, and then just do a U-turn, and then just instantly annihilate his back battery. And by
So
the time I did that, it would always be before Slippy ever pulled up the health bar.
let's see here. I think.
But yeah, a lot of the achievements are tied to going down specific routes. Like one of them is save Slippy from getting knocked down by the boss in Sector X. So
I
you
was
go to Macbeth.
this close to getting that achievement. I missed it by like 1 second.
Oof.
I was like, dang it. But yeah, the that one for knocking off destroying 5 of his inessential parts, I got that as my second achievement. I wasn't even going for it.
Also, what's funny is that after I made the achievement set, after I finished the achievement set on stream, the pictures for the achievement set actually changed.
Oh, did they?
They updated the achievement
achievement
art. So it's
I didn't notice that.
So when you look at my stream and my guides, you'll see different pictures.
Okay.
There was also an achievement on to being normal difficulty without dying or losing any teammates.
Was that your last achievement?
That was not my last achievement. I got that one pretty early on.
Okay.
I got it before I even got the 10th medal on normal.
Okay.
Of course, there's an achievement for beating Macbeth the correct way.
Macbeth is the Independence Day level, right?
No, Macbeth is the train level.
The train level, okay. And the right way, is by hitting all the switches and sending the train into the building, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I did do that one.
Warp Zone on Meteo, earning all 15 medals. Oh, there's an achievement for earning a medal on every level in one playthrough.
Okay, so you have to medal every...
Which isn't too difficult as long as you go to the right planets. There was one funny one called Friendly Fire, where you have to shoot down 80 of your ally ships on the
Independence Day level.
Yeah.
Katina, that's Katina?
Yes, that's Katina.
Katina's the Independence Day level, which I just recently rewatched on Independence Day.
But the thing is, though, is it's not even that hard to get the 80 friendly kills. It's just kind of funny that they made an achievement for it.
Yeah.
There is also an achievement for beating the level without having any ally ships shot down. That one was a bit harder.
Oh, I just came across. I'm looking through the achievements. I found what I'm pretty sure I remember was your last achievement.
Yeah, the one that took me a little bit, but I'll talk about that in a little bit.
Okay.
But there is actually Bill and Fox's dialogue at the end of the level is actually different if you don't shoot down any of the ships, of the friendly ships. So that was a nice little Easter egg that most people have never seen.
Well, I'm assuming there was an achievement for that.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, deflecting 200 shots on Sector X before even reaching the boss. Just pretty much just don't shoot down any ships and just keep on deflecting, keep on barrel rolling.
Yeah, this game has quite a wide variety of like types of achievements. Like every level, it seems, is like a random achievement for meeting some sort
Save
of
Slippy 5 times on Bowls, which is the satellite level.
And then I just saw it.
Beat the game on expert difficulty without losing any of your teammates. Of course, you can retry if you need to.
Okay.
So you can actually lose lives for that run. I'm actually amazed I ended up getting the train totaler on hard. That's where you destroy every part of the train and the boss without switches on Macbeth.
Oh, okay. Because that one's easier. Oh, wait. Part of the achievement is not doing the switches, right?
Yes, don't do switches. So you can't beat it the right way. I think that was the only time I didn't actually beat it the right way.
But as long, like, you can hit the switches as long as you don't hit all of them, right?
Yes. And now, mainly if you don't hit the final one.
So if you don't hit, because there's 7, right?
There's 8.
There's 8. So if you don't hit 1 through 7, but you hit 8.
If you hit all 8, and then there's one final one after that comes up.
And
because you hit all 8. But if you don't hit all of the first 8, that last one doesn't pop up.
Okay, so it's the 9th one that is the important one, but you have to hit all 8 in order for that 9th one to appear.
Yes.
Okay. What was... There was one that I wanted to ask you about. Where the heck is it? It's like snillophilia or something. Where'd it go?
Complete Corneria without defeating any enemies and without taking damage. That one wasn't too bad. It would sound worse than it actually is.
That does sound really bad. So that one wasn't too bad.
It's only on the first. It's the first level, and if you do it on normal, you have less enemies to shooting at you and get hit by. So thing is though, once you've gotten to the boss though, you have to kill the boss. Because you can't finish the level without killing the boss.
Right. So you just have to not kill any of the other enemies.
Yep.
And you also can't take damage, right?
Yep. Which isn't too bad on the first level.
Okay.
Especially after how many times you have to go through that first level to get all the other achievements. By the time you try that achievement later on, you'll have gone through that level like a dozen times at least.
Not necessarily get it by accident, but it's like, all right, I just have to do this without shooting.
Yep. Collecting 31 items on Titania isn't too bad. I think there's around 35 or 36. So as long as you know where they are, it's not too bad.
That's
and there's a couple of the
asteroid fields.
No, Titania is the one where you have to go save Sippy.
Oh,
the Landmaster.
Okay. Oh, the Landmaster level, and it's got like the tentacle armed boss.
Yeah, but there's a couple of the rings that are like they're two next to each other, but they're like far away. As long as you do the roll at the right time, you can get both rings. So that one's not too bad.
Okay. Nebulaphiliac was the one I was thinking of. We have to visit sectors X, Y, and Z all in one.
And apparently that's Shigeru Miyamoto's favorite route.
Okay. That sounds tricky. Do you remember what the requirement is to do that?
Pretty much you gotta go to sector Y, then you gotta go to Katina, then from Katina you go to sector X, and then from sector X you have to use the warp to get to sector Z.
Okay, because to get to sector Y, that's from the second level, but you have to go through all of the arches, right?
Yeah, all the arches on Corneria, yeah.
And then from sector Y, you have to how is it you get to sector X? Because sector Y is in the top route and sector X is in the bottom route.
Yeah.
And sector Z is
but here's the thing though,
route.
If you actually whenever you beat a level and if you beat it by accomplishing it, you're pretty much going the harder route.
It gives you the option.
You can actually switch to the easier route.
Even if you did it the hard route. Do you have to do that in order to get this achievement?
You don't. You do it. Yeah, because if you go Aquas, you can't go to sector X.
Okay, that's right. So you use the arches to get to sector Y, and then you have
to go to Katina from sector Y.
Okay, so you can still beat it the harder way and choose, or you can just do it the easier way and go.
Well, to be honest, the only difference is how many enemies you shoot down, so it's not that big of a deal.
Okay.
And of course, again, to go from sector X to sector Z, you have to do the warp, which is shooting those gates.
Yeah, before we get there. So Katina, though, that's the Independence Day level.
Yes. You can beat that either way, but you still have to go the easier route.
Either way, and then you can go down to that'll take you to sector X.
Yes.
If you choose the easy route, and then you have to use what remind me again how you do the warp on sector X to get to sector Z?
You have to go down. Whenever you have the fork, you have to go left route, and you have to shoot the walls that are like squares inside squares, and then the two arrows on the side of them. You have to pretty much shoot them from when they go gray to completely red, and they'll open up, and then you can go through it. You have to do like 4 or 5 places.
And what is it you fly through? Like another arch, or is it like a ring?
It's just more of a box.
Oh, you just have to fly through this box,
but you have to shoot it open pretty much. You guys gotta keep shooting it with a laser.
Okay.
There's another achievement tied to doing that as well, called Warp Gate.
Okay, I know I did that as a kid. I did not do that in my recent playthrough, so I don't quite remember the requirements to do that. But that's how you get from Y to X and then back up to Z to get this achievement. So that's a clever achievement, though.
Then the next one is stealing a kill from each teammate on Fortuna, which actually is harder than it sounds because you don't have a whole lot of time before Starwolf shows up and causes issues with the achievement, because the achievement is tied to your allies complaining that you stole their kill. So you got to make sure that they're saying that they're trying to shoot down enemy, and then go try to shoot down the enemy. What's funny is the first couple times I tried to get that achievement, I did it for Peppy and Slippy, but I could not get it for Falco before the Starwolf showed up.
So,
which is funny because everyone always shoots down Falco's prey
First.
and gets him to complain, but I had a hard time getting him to complain.
So if you don't do it in time, you can
just do retry level.
Retry, but that costs one of your lives, right?
Yes, but it's like the third level in the game, so it's not like it's too far in.
And how many lives do you have in the game by default?
I think you start with 3, but you can rack them up pretty quickly.
Okay. So it's not that big of a deal, but
No.
if you don't do it after how many lives you have, you would have to start the game over again if you wanted to go for that achievement. Okay.
And then the other achievement besides the last one is deflecting 250 shots on Aquas before getting to the boss. And as long as you know how to use slowdown and not shooting a bunch of enemies and using hard mode, it's not too difficult to get.
Can't you just spam your barrel roll?
You cannot, because there is a time in between barrel rolls that you won't be deflecting shots.
Oh, there's a cooldown between it. Okay, so you do want to make sure you time it correctly.
Yes.
Okay. So, and then
the last achievement, which was the one that was a pain in my ass.
Before we get, I think wasn't there one with something about like having both your wings broken?
Yeah, just complete a mission with both our.
Oh, just complete a mission.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there are a couple easy ones just to do with 2 controllers. We have to do it in versus.
You actually don't need 2 controllers. You can just do it as 1 controller.
Oh, because it's time trial mode, not versus mode.
Just make sure you give yourself enough time to get them.
Okay, so you basically have to get 15 kills with the tank in essentially the multiplayer mode, and then 15 kills on foot. But you have to unlock those in order to get those achievements.
Yep.
So go ahead and tell us about the hardest achievement,
which is beating expert difficulty without dying.
What's that achievement called?
Wright Brothers Master Pilot Award.
I love that. So yeah, being expert without dying. Oh, I see that you are completion 218 of this set. You're still in the top 10 most recent. But yeah, so I know that you left this one for last, and you were planning on, I think you did a couple attempts at it at the end of whatever stream you were working on where you got all the other achievements, and then you're like, all right, I'm going to do another stream for this one achievement, but then you ended up getting it on the first try, I think. So it was a really short stream.
Pretty much, yeah.
So how many attempts did this one take you, though?
Like 3 or 4.
And so I'm assuming that you did it on the easy route.
I ended up doing it on the easy route, although I was originally
it's still on expert difficulty.
Yes, but there's pretty much 2 routes I was attempting. Pretty much the first route is, of course, I mean, both routes still go all the same way, all the way up to Macbeth. Pretty much, I would go to the easy route and then once I was done with Sector X, I would go Macbeth because I see Macbeth is easier than Titania, especially that boss.
Okay.
The only time I played that level on expert, I almost died to that boss, and I was like, nah, I'm not going this route.
That's the tentacle monster that has Slippy's ship in its grasp, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I always have a much easier time with Macbeth, so I went that direction, and I kept on going back and forth between going the easy route and the hard route for the final 2 levels. But I kept on dying at Area 6, and one time I did actually make it to Venom 2, but I ended up dying to Starwolf.
Area 6 is the one before Venom on the easy route, right?
On the hard route.
Oh, on the hard route.
Bowls is the easy route.
Bowls is the easy route. That's the satellite.
But the thing is, the very first time I tried beating the game on expert on stream, I went the easy route for Venom, and I could not get past that for the life of me. I died like 9 times in a row, and Yeah, it's because of how many enemy. Because expert mode does increase how many enemies are on the
On expert
on each
mode.
level. Yes.
Okay, because that was another thing I was going to ask is what's the difference between normal and expert mode?
Well, one thing is that your wings die a lot faster.
Oh,
Second,
okay.
you die faster. Well, both you and your teammates die faster, and of course, they add some enemies in different places.
There's more enemies. Okay, because I was like, you died lots of times on bowls, or
No,
no,
not bulls.
on Venom, on
Venom,
Venom
because they
1.
put a ton of enemies
Okay, but I was like, I
on you in there.
think I did that on my first try, but you're talking about on expert mode, which I haven't done
Yes.
yet. I mean, I did expert mode back as a kid, but I haven't done it recently.
I mean, every time I beat the game on expert, I always try to go Area 6 route. Because
Interesting.
Star Wolf was always easier than Venom 1.
I agree with that. But I hate Venom 2, the just like getting to the boss with all the stupid like walls and stuff popping up and getting in your way. I hate that.
On that one, it's just go left, right, left, left, right, right, and you'll get the full you'll get the full upgrades on your way down.
Okay, so it's a pretty easy pattern to learn. Yep. Okay.
It's actually harder on the way out because especially on expert, because your father kind of zooms really far ahead of you. You always have to keep on boosting.
Yeah.
And of course, if you've lost your wings, it's hard to keep up with them.
Oh yeah.
Which isn't bad if you're allowed to die.
Yeah, if you have to do it without dying, it's like, oh my goodness.
Yep. So that's why I ended up finally doing that achievement on the easy route. Is because if you can get past the running guy in the temple, it's pretty much easy sailing.
Yeah. Yeah. When I did, I think it was the second playthrough when I did the hard route. I think on Venom 2, I think I died a bunch of times. I wasn't sure if I think I beat it on my last life with like almost no health left. So I almost failed and had to start the whole game over again. I think I just barely made it.
What's crazy though is I actually ended up getting 2 of the bonus set achievements.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
One of them was on the Aquas, where you beat the bioweapon by killing both its left and right, both the left and right sides whenever you kill it, because those things just keep on respawning. Those are the ones that keep shooting the pearls at you. I was
a kid, so I vaguely remember that level.
They're the pieces that keep shooting pearls at you whenever you're trying to take down the eye.
Okay, I'd have to watch it because I don't remember. It's been 20 years.
And then the other bonus achievement I got was defeating on Venom, beating all 4 of Star Wolf, while only having the single laser, but still getting the plus 50 combos from each of them.
Oh, there was one of those. I don't remember what it was, but I swear there was one of those achievements where like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure I met the requirements for that achievement and I didn't get it. So I probably missed something, but that reminded me of an achievement. I was like, I swear I should have gotten that achievement and didn't unlock for me, but not that specific one, but it was one of the ones along those lines. So, yeah. So I mentioned Scott. 50 achievements. Let's see here. Yeah, the beat is only like an hour and a half because it's a very short game. It's just meant to be replayed over and over again. But mastery estimate time is 20 hours. And let's see. No, I'm not looking at mine. I don't want to look at mine. I want to look at yours. And you did it in 22 hours. So yeah, just slightly over the estimate. So well, like I said, it's my favorite Star Fox game. Is it what's your favorite Star Fox game?
I think it is Star Fox 64.
Okay. We are in agreement.
But I've only played 3 of them completely. I still need to go back and finish up Star Fox for Super Nintendo. Cuz I played that one enough to beat the first path, but I need to go back and end up beating the other 2 paths.
I don't know if I ever beat either of the other 2 paths when I was a kid. That was the second game I ever owned. Because
by the time I owned Star Fox, I already had Star Fox 64 for years.
Okay.
So for me, it was like, why would I play the inferior game? It's the same game.
Yeah. So like I always say, that Super Nintendo right there was what got me into game when my grandparents got it for me for Christmas back as a kid, and it came bundled with Super Mario World. But they also gave me separately as a separate present. They gave me Star Fox, the original one. So those are my first 2 video games ever.
This is the first Star Fox I owned.
Okay. But it's funny because they got me my N64 a few years later for Christmas, which came bundled with Star Fox 64. So, but yeah, I don't know that I ever beat anything other than the easy route on the original Star Fox. I can't say for certain, and I can't go and check because that game doesn't save any progress or anything.
Nope.
Not like no, there's no save.
Yeah, I did the achievements for that first route a long time ago. So, but I did a couple of the challenges whenever I did that.
So yeah, I do plan to play the original Star Fox for retro achievements and Star Fox 2 at some point. But yeah, it sounds like we've both played 3 Star Fox games, but two of them are the same, being Star Fox 64 and wait, have you played Star Fox Assault?
Yes, I have played Star Fox Assault.
So we both played Star Fox 64 and Star Fox Assault.
I did play Super Nintendo Star Fox as a kid. I just didn't play it much.
Didn't play much. Okay. So then we've both played Super Nintendo, Star Fox 64, and Assault, but you've also played Adventures, and I have not.
Yes.
Have you played? So you haven't played Zero or Command?
Nope. Even though I own Command, even though I own both of them, I haven't played them.
Remind me, which one's the Wii U game? Which one's the DS game?
Zero is the Wii U.
That's what I thought. So, and the Wii U one, that's the one that everyone says is terrible, right?
Yeah, because of the control scheme.
Yeah. Okay.
But for those that can get it, they say it's actually pretty good.
It's just get down the controls. It's not a bad game, but it takes a lot to get over the terrible controls.
Yeah, for some people, it's just too much.
Yeah, I never even played a Wii U, so
I have, so I would be able to tell you.
All right. Then I guess I'll go ahead and finish up what I was about to go into, if that sounds good. So, all right. So, just go over. I've got some Steam achievements in June as well. And that was mainly all for, well, one of them actually played the game in its entirety, and that was for Metroidvania Monday. And that was because after Blast Brigade, which I've gone into a lot of depth about, and I wrote a very in-depth 7-page review on it because I had so much to say about that game. I needed a palate cleanser. I was like, I needed a Metroidvania to play for Metroidvania Monday that I really love and one I haven't played in a while. And this is one. It's in my top 5 Metroidvanias of all time. I love this game. I haven't played it in a while, and I already have 100% of the achievements on the Xbox Live Arcade version and on the Xbox One version. So I picked it up on Steam so I could play it and still get achievements. So I played the Steam version, and that was for Shadow Complex. So played through that on Metroidvania Monday, and I didn't get all the achievements because it's got well, technically it was Shadow Complex Remastered. The original Xbox Live Arcade version is pretty easy. The remastered version adds some much more difficult achievements, but I do have 100% on both the Xbox Live Arcade version and the Star Fox Shadow Complex Remastered on Xbox One, but I didn't get 100% on this playthrough on Steam, although it is the exact same achievement set as Shadow Complex Remastered on Xbox. But the reason why I don't have all of them, I'm pulling it up here, I'm stalling for a moment as I pull the achievements up, is because there are achievements for beating the game under 3 hours and getting 100% on any difficulty. No, 2 hours. Beat the game in under 2 hours with 100% and under with 100% in under 2 hours on any difficulty. And there's also an achievement for beating it under 3 hours and getting 100% on insanity difficulty, which I've done both of those, and those are some of my proudest achievements. But I did not do that on this playthrough. So, but I did get 100% of the collectibles. So there are a total of 39 achievements, and I have 30 of them. So the only ones I am missing is actually that one's really easy. I just need to go back and do that one. Get 5 consecutive headshots without reloading or taking damage. Defeat an XOS-1 soldier with the inertial element, which you can only get that one on a second playthrough. So that one's an easy one. You just have to play through it again about halfway through the game in order to get that achievement. Kill 200 soldiers with gun emplacement, which there's only one room in the game you can do that. And you do get a bunch of kills in it, but once you get past it, you can't get any more. So you, if you want to get that achievement, you have to go through that section, but then reload your save and keep doing that segment until you get the achievement. Because if you go past that room and save, then you have to start a new save and get to that point in the game again in order to get that achievement. So that's an easy one. I just have to, basically do another playthrough and make sure to get that achievement. There's an achievement for beating the game with less than 13% of the items, and I was going for 100%, so didn't get that one. But that one's not very difficult. It's just you have to plan out your run for that one, as well as the it's funny because that one's called the minimalist, but this next one should be called the minimalist because that's for completing the game with only 4% of the items, which means you can only have the absolutely required items, and you basically have to sequence break the game to skip a bunch of the items. It's pretty easy to do. It's not that difficult, but you do have to plan out around it. There's another one. This is probably the most clever achievement in the game. Is also a very easy one to both miss and also to screw up if you're not paying close attention. And it's called Gets Better with Age. And you have to beat the game with 8 health packs, 19 grenade packs, 20 foam packs, and 9 missile packs. So if you get more than that, you screw yourself out of the achievement. You got to start over. And the reason for that achievement is if you put all those numbers together, it's the date that the game originally released in August 19th, 2009. So I thought that was a really clever achievement. So again, I have all these on Xbox. I just didn't get these ones on Steam. There's an achievement for getting to level 50, which is easy. You just got to play through the game and you'll get there automatically. But you have to, it takes like, I think the first time I got that achievement, it took like 2.5 playthroughs. It's not a long game though. Like I said, the speedrun achievements are for 2 and 3 hours with 100%. So those are the last 2 achievements I didn't get. So I got most of the achievements, but I do have all of them on another platform. And it was great to go through that game again because I absolutely love that game. And it definitely just reinforces why it's in my top 5 Metroidvanias. I love this game so much. So did that on stream for Metroidvania Monday. So you can go and go back and watch that if you want to. The other 2 games that I played, let's see here. Did I actually play them in their entirety? I don't. Well, sort of. So the other ones that I played in June were after that, because I wanted to play a couple of short Metroidvanias back to back. So I did Shadow Complex, and then the next one I did was Exophobia. But and I did both of those in 2 streams because they're, like I said, they're pretty short games. Exophobia, though, however, I did not get any achievements because I don't have all the achievements, but I do have most of the achievements, and all the ones I don't have are pretty tricky and or require playing the separate like bonus game mode, which I think is called like endless mode. So I've got all those achievements on Xbox. I just didn't do them on Steam because I was just doing on stream and I was playing through the main game. So I did beat the game. I didn't get 100% of the items, but I do already have the achievement for that. When I played through the game last year, I just didn't do it on stream. This time I did it on stream. I did beat the game, but I just got enough items that I felt that I needed in order to beat the game, and I didn't get any new achievements. But I did play through the game again on stream, and that was a lot of fun as well. So just didn't get any achievements. And then the last Steam achievement that I want to mention is I just got one because this is what I've been doing on stream with Lois for Satisfactory. And there's only 44 achievements in the game, and it's like a 300-hour game. But Satisfactory, we got in June, I got the achievement for completing phase 4. There are 5 phases. So so that was all the stuff I got in June for all the platforms. But since I'm actually talking about Satisfactory, I'll also continue on just real briefly that in July we continued playing it, and I got the achievement for beating phase 5, which is the achievement for beating the game. So we actually just did that one like 2 weeks ago. So we are now because he already has all the achievements. I have 2 left. So we are doing more tomorrow, so I may finally finish getting all the achievements in Satisfactory tomorrow. Fingers crossed. The last 2 achievements I have left is for gathering 100 hard drives, and I'm at 71. So at the beginning of yesterday's stream, because we've been doing it Wednesdays and Fridays, at the beginning of yesterday's stream, I was at 49 or 46, and I ended the stream at 71. So it's very, very likely I'll get the remaining 29 hard drives I need and get that achievement. The other achievement that I have left is for buying the golden nut statue from the Awesome Shop. And in order to do that, you need 1,000 coupons. And how you get the coupons is there's a thing called an Awesome Sync, and it's not S-I-N-K. I think it's S-Y-N-C. But they have a lot of clever plays on words, and it's basically this thing that you send all your excess resources to when you're so that they're not just sitting there useless and not doing anything, and it gives you points. And every time you meet a certain threshold, it gives you a coupon. And every time you get another coupon, the threshold of points you need to reach to get another coupon goes up. So 1,000 tickets costs a lot of freaking points. Like currently, I believe each coupon costs like 9 or 10 million points, but we've already beaten the game. So now the parts that they're basically each phase, you have certain project parts you have to build. And now that we don't need those anymore, we're sending those to the Awesome Sync instead. And those are worth a lot of points. So we're producing all the parts. We just basically have to wait for enough of them to be produced to get the points we need to get the tickets. So you need 1,000 tickets, and we have, I think
those coupons.
They're exchangeable. They are called coupons in the game, but people call them tickets, coupons interchangeably. But I think we're at like 630. So we need, what is that, like 320 or 370 more coupons, and we'll be able to get the last achievement. So that's all we got left. But I got a couple of you. I think I've got, let's see here. I'm pretty sure, I'll just pull it up here real quick. In June, I did get a couple of achievements in June in Satisfactory, in addition to Phase 4. I completed building 5,000 foundations, 5 kilometers of pipeline, and completed Phase 4, as well as completed all the milestones in June. And then in July, we completed Phase 5, just on the 24th. Drive the Cyber Wagon, which is a joke vehicle, and it's actually a Cybertruck, but it has square wheels, so it's like there's no reason to use it. It's terrible because it's like, and you also can't steer. It just goes in a circle. It's a complete joke. But there's an achievement for driving the Cyber Wagon, and then on yesterday's streams, no, this was in August, but I got the achievement for completing all man research trees. And I also got the achievement for reaching the highest point in the world. So 2 more achievements, which I'm hoping to get tomorrow. And then I will have all the achievements in Satisfactory. And it'll be my second game on Steam where I have all the achievements. That covers all of my Steam for June. And I do have one other thing to talk about for Steam for July. But I think I will hold off on that, or do I? I'll go ahead and talk about it right now before we switch gears. So, because that's the only other thing I have to talk about for Steam for July. So the other thing I have to talk about for Steam for July is another one of my favorite Metroidvanias. So I played this on stream for Metroidvania Monday and followed it up after. So I did Shadow Complex in 2 streams, then I did Exophobia in 2 streams, and then the next one I played was Mummy Demastered, and I think I also did that in 2 streams. It's a short. I think I did that one in 3 streams, but it's also a short game. I love this game. It was in my top 5 when we did our top 5 Metroidvanias episode, which was our very first episode of top 5. It has since been bumped off my list of top 5s, but I do love this game a lot. But after replaying it this time, I think this was my 4th time playing it. I would not put it. If we were to redo the top 5 Metroidvanias with the games that were out at the time, I probably wouldn't put it in my list. But I do still really love this game. But having just replayed it again, there was a bunch of things that I didn't remember that I was like, these little things are kind of chipping away at it a little bit. So I still love the game, but it wouldn't be in my top 5 anymore, just because of a couple of little things that were bugging me. But I still highly recommend the game. It was a lot of fun. So again, Mummy Demastered, I have all the achievements for this on Xbox when I played it back in let's see here. I played it in 2020, in June of 2020. So it's been about 6 years since I played it and got all the achievements. So I bought it on Steam when it was on sale. So because I was like, I'm going to play through it for Metroidvania Monday at some point, because I love this game. So I bought it on Steam so that I could get achievements for it. So there are 39 achievements for it. And I have, I'm looking at Mummy Demastered. There are 37 achievements for Mummy Demastered. Xbox, I have all of them. On Steam, I have 35 of 37. So I have almost all of them. And as long as you basically get all of the, your standard go and collect 100% of the items, you'll get basically all the achievements I got, 35 out of 37. The only achievements that I don't have are the 2 that are missable. Actually, there's 3 that are missable, but 1 is at the very beginning of the game, and it's more difficult to not get the achievement than it is to get the achievement. So, and if you do fail, then you can just restart. It takes like 5 minutes. So in reality, there's really only 2 missables because they are at the end of the game. And that is for beating the game without dying, which I didn't do on this playthrough, but I have done that before. And then, wait a minute. Oh, that's right. So there are only 2 missable achievements, but only one of them is really missable because, like I said, that one is at the beginning of the game. The other achievement that I didn't get is collect 100% of the items. I did collect 100% of the, like all your upgrades and all the ones that expand your capacities, all the ones that have an actual effect on the game. There is also a collectible type called relics laying around the game. There's 50 of them, and they don't do anything. It's just another collectible in the game. I think it unlocks like an artwork gallery in the menu but it doesn't serve any in-game purpose. So I didn't collect all of the relics, but I think there, like I said, there are 50, and I think I got like 42 of them. So it doesn't mark it on the map. So if I was to go back and get the 8 that I'm missing, I would have to basically go and check every single point because I don't know which ones I do and which ones I don't have. So I don't have the 100% items on the achievement on Steam, but I did get all of the gameplay affecting collectibles. I just didn't get all the superfluous collectibles. But like I said, I have all the achievements on Xbox, but I did get all but those 2 achievements on Steam. I did that on stream, and that was a lot of fun. So, and I think that was the last Metroidvania Monday I've actually, the actual full game, because the last Metroidvania Monday I played for the last 2 weeks was actually a demo, and it was really long, but it was really great. I'm looking forward to it, but it's just a demo. But that is Lucid, and I'm actually having the dev of that game on open mic in 2 weeks from tonight. And he's showed up at a couple of my streams, and it's been a lot of fun hanging out with him and chatting with him. And I'm looking forward to having an actual face-to-face chat like this in a couple of weeks for open mic. And but yeah, Lucid, no release date yet, but I played the demo, and it was a long demo. It took me about 5.5 hours to beat the demo, and I'm really looking forward to that game. That game it's excellent. So that's the last game I've been playing for Metroidvania Monday, but it was only a demo. So I haven't decided yet what my next Metroidvania Monday is going to be that I start on this upcoming Monday. But I'm leaning towards either Yoku's Island Express or Guns of Fury. I haven't decided. So, all right. What do you got next?
Let's see now. I guess I could talk about the game that I still am going to be slowly working on, but this is going to be a really long one. And that is, of course, my bread and butter and my bane of my existence when it comes to achievement hunting. And that is a Warriors game. And it is the only one that's on the Wii. Well, the normal one is on the Wii. There's actually one that's like a rail shooter.
Oh, I remember you mentioned that.
But instead of it being a shooter, it's a rail hack and slash.
That is very weird. That one, is this Samurai Warriors 3 or is this Orochi?
Samurai Warriors. Outside of Japan, this is the only way you can get Samurai Warriors 3.
It was a Wii exclusive.
Yes.
Interesting.
Which is weird because the 1 and 2 never came to a Nintendo console.
Huh.
And 4 and 5 never came to a Nintendo console.
That is odd.
It is the only Samurai Warriors on any Nintendo console. That's not
outside of Japan. Oh, that's not a handheld. Okay.
I think there's one for the 3DS.
So, given this is a Wii game, is it a waggle the remote to swing your sword, or is it all
use the classic controller?
Okay, it's classic controller, no motion controls.
No motion controls.
Okay. Would you have preferred the motion controls, or do you think it's better?
I think it's better using. You could also use a GameCube controller, but I'm using the classic controller.
Okay.
Because it's the control scheme I'm used to with Warriors games, because it's still very similar to other controllers. Because it still has the normal diamond, layout for the buttons. It's just that I got to remember in my mind that A and B are swapped around and X and Y are swapped around.
Yeah, it's always annoying going back.
Well, you got to remember
Nintendo and non.
Nintendo did it first.
Yeah, it's still backwards, but.
Well, here's the thing, though. Microsoft copied Sega.
Oh, that's right. The Dreamcast did it the other way first, didn't they?
Well, actually, it was based on the 6-button controller for the Genesis, because they did A, B, C.
Yes.
But then when they did the 6 buttons, it was X, Y, and Z. They just took off Z and C for the Dreamcast controller.
Oh, okay.
And so whenever Xbox came in, they just copied the Dreamcast controller layout.
Yeah, 'cause I do know if everyone's like, yeah, Xbox is just the Dreamcast too.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, there was some talks behind the scenes from what I've heard that the Dreamcast, they were thinking about making the Dreamcast playable on the Xbox, Dreamcast games on the Xbox.
I've never heard that. That'd be like, I'm assuming it'd be
Pretty much backwards compatibility, but it would be like sideways compatibility, more or less.
yeah.
But I mean, I know
it would
some
be
of
like the Xbox emulating the Dreamcast, though, right?
pretty much, yeah.
That's cool, though.
But I mean, modders found a way to make the N64 playable on the original Xbox. That's even crazier.
Oh, like they're able to put an N64 emulator on the original Xbox?
Yes.
Huh. I did not know that.
But if while they were building the console, the hardware for the console, if they had made it Dreamcast backwards compatible, they probably would have added a little bit of hardware in there to help it out. But going back to Samurai Warriors 3, it's pretty much just more of the PS2 Samurai Warriors games. I've already gone through the story mode for all of the characters that were from Warriors 1.
And how many is that?
I think it's around 14 characters, because a couple of those, because some of the characters that they have that are still in the game, because they did take like one character out from the first game, and two characters out from the second game, and whenever they brought in the third. Thing is, though, those three characters are kind of not like main characters in the war, but they were like folklore characters during that time period. Like the one that was from one that was never brought in and outside of Warriors Orochi is his name is Goemon Ishikawa. You might have heard of him in other media.
That name does not sound familiar.
You ever heard of the Mystical Ninja series?
Mystical Ninja? I don't think so.
That was on the Super Nintendo and N64.
No, it does
but
not sound
the main
familiar.
character in that is Goemon.
Okay.
So, but he was a well-renowned thief, and but he was like one of those people who was like thieving and giving it to the poor people,
like a Japanese Robin Hood.
Yeah, but one of the characters that's actually playable in Samurai Warriors caught him, and of course he for the punishment of stealing from the samurai, he was boiled alive. But they also tried to boil alive his son, like his infant son, with him. But apparently the legend is that he actually held his son above the boiling water during the entire time he was being boiled. And I think they eventually took the son out and decided not to. I think, if I remember correctly, the story.
Okay,
because he had enough fortitude to be able to keep his son alive.
Okay, that's still terrible, but
yeah. But I mean, he did.
His son,
I mean, he did steal from the samurai, and you don't do that.
Yeah. Before we,
the other two characters are Musashi Miyamoto.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, he's a well-renowned swordsman, and he was a swordsman that was going around to all the swordsman schools, and he was beating all the masters.
Oh, I remember you mentioning that before.
Yeah, so he was a character in Samurai Warriors 2, and then in the Extreme Legends they made his most renowned the most renowned person he dueled and won against, Kojiro Sasaki, as a playable character.
Okay.
But those three have never been put back in Samurai Warriors, and they've only ever been in the Warriors Orochi games since they've been removed, from what I remember.
Okay.
So they weren't in this game.
Oh.
But there is one character that they put in this game that's never been in another Warriors game, and that's because he's based on the Murasame Castle games from the NES days, which was a Nintendo property. And they had an entire game mode based around him being put into this game.
An entire game mode.
Yes.
And who is this?
The
character's name?
I can't remember his name, but like I said, the game is from the NES era, and it's called Muramasa's Castle.
Okay.
Let me look. Let me look up the. Let me. I'm on Retro Achievements, so I'll look up the name of the character from the achievement list.
Okay, so I was gonna say while you're looking that up, just to give a little rundown of the game, there are 167 achievements, and there are 25 people who've beaten it, and with an average time of 70 hours just to beat the game. There are 7 people who have already mastered it with an average time of 230 hours.
Yep. Welcome to Warriors games.
Yep, that's actually
There is
on
like
the lower
40.
end.
I think there's around 40 characters in this game.
Yeah, I was like, that's actually on the lower end for some of the Warriors games I've seen.
Yeah. The character's name is Takamaru.
Okay.
And let me look
that
up.
Does also sound somewhat familiar.
Yeah, but like I said, he's from an NES game that was made by Nintendo, which is why he's never been in another Warriors game.
Okay. So another thing I want to ask you about, because you said this was the only one, but I do see the 2 others listed here. I'm assuming these are the ones you were talking about that were only in Japan. This Sengoku Basara Samurai Heroes.
That's a completely different franchise. That's actually technically an entirely different franchise, even though it's still the same time period and the same characters.
Okay, because it has it. Oh, this is similar games. I thought it was games from the same series. Okay, never mind. Because normally it
apparently
has
they don't
games
have
from the
that.
same series
Apparently they don't
grouped
have
together.
that game on Retro Achievements yet. The one that Takamaru's from.
Oh, but this one is Samurai Warriors Katana is also a Wii game. Was that Japan only?
That's the rail.
That's the railgun one. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. I'm tracking with you now.
Yeah.
So,
and Samurai Warriors 1 and 2 were Samurai Warriors 1 was on PS2 and Xbox, but of course the Extreme Legends only came to the PS2 version.
Right.
And then Samurai Warriors 2 was on PS2 and Xbox 360.
Okay.
And that is the only time the Extreme Legends version got on the 360. But they released it as DLC, so now it's no longer obtainable.
Oh, because it's
not backwards compatible.
It's not backwards compatible, so it's been delisted.
Yeah.
So
Koei has not been very good at with the backwards compatibility. I think it's because they're like, but there's Dynasty Warriors 9 and Warriors Orochi 3. Why would we want all these old games on the new consoles?
So, I was going to ask. So, yeah, there's 167 achievements. You currently have 29 of them.
Yes.
So, how much time would you say you've put into it so far?
Quite a few hours, dozens already. But I've been kind of slowly going through it because I've just been going through each character story like normal.
I've been kind of piecemealing it.
Yeah, because I've already gone through all of the Samurai Warriors 1 story characters, and I think 2 of the characters from Samurai Warriors don't have stories because some of the characters they didn't make story modes for because they either weren't in the war at all, or they were in it for so short of a time period, or they would just been like an exact duplicate of another character that they decided not to do it.
Okay.
So you can just play as them in free mode, which is where you just select the stage and play as them.
So, because like some of the previous Warriors games, like their achievement sets are all very similar, where it's like there's this group of achievements that's the same thing for every character, and then there's this group of achievements, which is it kind of like that, where there's groups of achievements that are all the exact same?
Pretty much you have one for beating each story mode, then you have one for getting every officer's unique weapon or ultimate weapon, pretty much. Although from what I've read online, the ultimate weapons in this game suck compared to other games. So it's always better to make your own weapon, pretty much. And then there's this is the one that's going to take me a while because you have to pretty much max out each character before you even attempt these. And you have to beat every character stage while getting every tactical bonus completed. And there's usually 4 tactical bonuses you have to complete, and that's like beating a specific officer under certain conditions.
Oh, okay.
Like you have to beat them within a certain time frame of starting the stage, or you have to beat them while having full health, or never going into red health, pretty much. Or there's some where you have to beat them while you're in red health.
Oh.
Although whenever you're going through on easy, that one's the hard one. Because it takes you so long to get into red health. It's like, why even bother?
Oh, it's hard because like you can't get into the red health, but then on harder difficulties, you'll be in that a lot.
you either be avoiding it pretty easily, or you're just gonna be you'll be able to get it into it within a couple of hits.
So, taking a glance at the achievements, it looks like there, I would say, 4 groups of achievements.
Yes.
Clear all 5 stages for the first time in story mode, with one of those achievements for each character, it looks like.
Yes.
That's one group of like 40 achievements.
Well, there's also an achievement for getting all the tactical bonuses just in general.
Well,
but it's
that's
not
what I was
really
gonna
that
say
big.
Next is
It's
there's
not
also
that big of a deal. Whenever you have to do the
it.
expert mode runs like you do.
Yeah, so it looks like there's a group of achievements for doing all the tactical bonuses for each character. So you could probably group those together and get both of them at the same time. It sounds
Yeah,
like,
that's
right?
why I'm not really worried about them when I'm playing it through on normal.
Okay.
Or on the easier difficulties to level up the characters.
Then there's all these achievements for getting all these weapons, which I'm assuming is the ultimate weapon for each character.
Yeah, and I'll probably be able to get them while I'm doing the chaos run, because you have to get the. I think you have to do all the tactical bonuses on a specific level on hard or higher to get them.
Okay, because then the last group of achievements is 1 per character, and it's in a single session, complete all 5 stages on story mode on chaos difficulty with every tactical bonus. So if you go for that, it sounds like you'll get most of all the other achievements at the same time. Except
it's just building up the character to get to that point
in order to be able to do it.
Like I said, it's just building up the character to get to that point. You have to do it for every character too.
Yeah. So quite the grind. Oh, and then there's a couple of just miscellaneous achievements here at the bottom of the list.
Yeah. There's also also a couple of achievements tied to the mode with around Takamaru. Which is the
dojo?
anything with the in Muramasa Castle. I've already done the normal difficulty. I have to go through on nightmare difficulty, which is just the hard mode.
So, once you have, is the hardest part about this game just getting all the characters up to the max level, and then once you do,
I'm pretty sure it's going to be actually completing those chaos modes, because
are those going to be very difficult, do you think?
Yeah, because you have to do it all in one session for each character.
Oh, that's right, because it doesn't track your progress. So
I mean, if I had been able to talk to the person who was working on this, I probably would have tried to convince him to do the same way he did
achievements.
The same way he did for Dynasty Warriors 3 XL.
Oh,
although it would have made it a much bigger list fully, but each of those achievements is 25 points. He could have split it into five pointers.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, so just make them so you don't have to do it all in one sitting.
That's
or
the
one
problem
session.
I have.
Just split it into separate ones and just make them,
because then it just makes it so like, oh, now I have to leave the emulation turned on overnight if I
it's like, just why does it have to be all in one session? Just
that's the problem.
Split it into smaller achievements for
Yeah, but I think I'm gonna split this game up, and like I'll do like 5 characters and then go move to another game and then come back. But it's just that right now I've split off from the game and started doing all the clips right now.
Okay.
So once I'm done with all the clips, I'll probably start going back to working on this game.
Do you have any suspicion on, because obviously these single session, all 5 levels on chaos mode with all tactical bonuses are going to be the hardest ones. Do you have any idea on which one of those you think is going to be the most difficult?
I do not, but it's probably going to be the character that's the worst.
Yeah, whichever. You haven't figured out which character is the worst yet.
No, because even though characters have the same movesets from previous games, sometimes there's little intricacies in how the engine, and the changes in the engine, and the battle system that changes how characters act towards the enemies. Because like in the Dynasty Warriors franchise, there's a character called Zhuge Liang, where he fights with a war fan. In Dynasty Warriors 3 and 4, he's like considered one of the worst characters in the game. But the way that his special attack works in 5. And how you can build everything, build his weapon and all that, you can build him in a way that he can like one-shot officers in 5.
So he's like one of the best
on the highest difficulty. Yeah, and he does it from a range. So that tells you everything you need to know about that. It's like small little, like there's no real change to his moveset. It's just how the certain things interact with the enemies.
Okay.
So like to people who outside who don't play these games, it looks like the exact same game every time. But then whenever you get into it and try to go on the harder difficulties, you start saying, "Oh, this is what's different."
And I'm assuming this is your first time playing this Warriors game.
Yes, I have played 1 and 2 on PS2, and of course, I did the 360 version of 2, but the achievements for that are just go through the story modes for certain characters. It's literally just unlocking every character, and then for the XL or the Extreme Legends DLC, it was just going through the story modes for the new characters. So there wasn't really much to do on the 360 version. On Samurai Warriors 2 on PS2, I did a lot more. But I have done Samurai Warriors 4 on the PS4, both 4 and 4.2, which is 4 XL. But because of some kind of lawsuit, they couldn't do an Extreme Legends anymore.
Okay.
That's why it's 4 and 4.2.
Yeah,
and it's more of a side grade than it is a whole new game.
They went like the route of Final Fantasy, where it's like 13.2 and 13.3.
Well, it's like they just change how the story modes work. So if you actually want to get a full story, you can play both and still enjoy it. But of course, both games are super grindy still to get the platinum.
I would assume. So
I think there is a version called, I think even on Steam, where it's called like Samurai Warriors 4 Complete or something like that.
You're about to say Final Fantasy.
Yeah, because you said it.
Yeah. Okay. Let
me see if where it is.
While you're looking that up, I see Steve is in chat. What's up, Steve? Saying nerds.
Okay.
What's up, Steve? How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well.
It is on Steam.
A while. So what's on Steam?
The Samurai Warriors 4 DX.
Samurai Warriors 4 DX. Okay.
Yes.
So, all right.
Sadly, Samurai Warriors 5 is the one that they decided to do the trim down, and I wasn't a big fan of them doing that, because the last time they did that, the only time they've done that was in Dynasty Warriors 6, and that was a downgrade.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard. What is it? Is it 7 is universally hated by Dynasty Warriors fans?
No, it's 6 and 9.
9. That's one I was thinking of.
And 9 is the open world one.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. They like totally changed everything. So, all right, another day. Yes, it is. Well, good to see you, man. Good to see you. So, all right, you haven't gotten. You got a long way to go on Samurai Warriors 3. So, anything else to mention at the moment?
Oh wait, I just looked into it. The 2 characters that were in Samurai Warriors 2 that they removed, they actually brought them back in 4. So.
Oh, okay. I basically skipped an.
So only one character was never brought back in the main series, which isn't bad. But like I said, he wasn't really a main character. But there was a counterpart to him was more of a geisha, which is a woman entertainer.
Yeah, I think I do remember you mentioning that before. Something about a geisha. So, anything else about Samurai Warriors 3 to mention?
Nope, because I'm going to keep on playing it, and I'll start telling you guys how the difficult ones are.
All right. So Steve says your Steam Elements link is broken. I just clicked on it and pulled it up just fine. So, is it something on your end?
You did say, or my ad block is screwing it up.
Oh, it's probably your ad block. I just pulled it up on my computer and it opened just fine. So, yeah. So either way, good to see you. All right. So with that, I'll go ahead and continue on. So I finished everything in June. I'll move on to July. I got even more. I've got so much to talk about in July.
Actually, be honest, I think all the other games that are next to me are also in July as well.
Okay. A lot of this stuff is not. I'll kind of breeze through because I didn't really play a whole lot of anything.
You know what? You breeze through a couple, and I'll breeze through 2.
So I'm going to breeze through basically everything in July because except for one game, I didn't really play anything consistently the whole month. So let me just write that down. So, all right. So for July on Xbox, I played a lot of different stuff, but I didn't play any one thing except for one game. So I'll just kind of briefly go over all the games that I did a little bit in. And so as I mentioned earlier, I was still on my trip. I was on my trip through the last week of June and the first week of July. So I mentioned Mahjong earlier. So I got a few achievements from Mahjong in July. I jumped back into GoldenEye on the Xbox version and picked up a couple of the achievements that I just didn't get when I was playing through it a couple months ago. Because they were ones that I save as what I call emergency achievements. Because I basically have a list of achievements that I can get on a moment's notice. If it's because like I said, I'm on my 5-year achievement streak. So I've got a few achievements that hey, if it's 11:30 and I haven't gotten an achievement yet today, I've got a list to go pick from so I can go get something really easily. And I was saving those for my trip. And I didn't need them on my trip. So I was like, I'll go ahead and knock out a few of these achievements. So I got a bunch of really easy achievements in GoldenEye that I had purposely not gotten before then. So while I was gone, a game that I had previously had completed got it's one game, but I have the Xbox version, the Xbox One version, the Series X version, and the Windows version. And they got a title update, which added an extra 1,000 gamer score with 5 achievements for each one of them. And the reason why I have them is because they are Metroidvanias. And I literally didn't have to do anything because I had already met the requirements for those achievements. As soon as I booted it up, all the achievements unlocked. So I got the achievements without even having to further play the game, which is good because it's a terrible game called Draconic Resurgence. If it wasn't a Metroidvania, I would not have bought it. But because of Metroidvania, eventually I want to be number 1 on the Metroidvania leaderboard, and I got a long way to go to catch up to my buddy who's number 1. I am currently 16th on the Metroidvania board globally. I can double check that here in just a second. But yeah, my buddy who's been on the channel for the top 5 Metroidvanias part 2, he was on that stream. He is number 1, and he's like, oh, I'm currently 14th. No, wait, that's completed. Where am I? I was right. I'm 16th, but I'm at let's see here. I am at 193,000 points, and my buddy Jay Huns, who's at number 1, is at 441,000. So he's over double me. So I got a long way to go. But anyway, so there were those 3 title updates. So I booted those up and got all the achievements in those without having to actually do anything. And then there was another game that same thing happened. That got some title updates while I was gone, where I just booted the game up and got all the achievements of the new title updates. So I didn't actually have to play it. Called Idle Wizard. There was the Xbox One and the Series X version. So I didn't actually have to play it. I'd already met the requirements, booted up the game, and all the achievements unlocked. Like Mahjong, I've been playing a crap load of solitaire on my phone this year. So I've got a couple. I've gotten a couple of additional solitaire achievements. I just skipped over one. Oh, I started playing Space Marine 2 again with my buddy Rozic. We started playing the co-op because we played through the whole campaign in co-op, but there's also a separate co-op mode called Special Operations or something. So we started working our way through those. We haven't beaten them all yet. I think we did the first 4. So there's one achievement for each of the special operations. I think there's 10. So we've gotten 4 of those. So that's one of the games that we play usually on Friday or Saturday night. So we played it one night, and we'll continue that here probably tomorrow night. We'll see. But that game is excellent. I highly recommend it. A lot of fun. So I've got a couple more achievements in Smash Brothers, Space Marine. Space Marine 2. And then he came over last weekend or the week before when we hung out for the day, and I was looking through my games and was like, what's something that we could play for a while that it's couch co-op? So we booted up and played through about half of Contra Operation Galuga, and that is an excellent, I would call it a remake of the original, but because some of the levels are basically ripped out of the original Contra, but I would say it's more of a inspired by, but it is a new game in the franchise. But it's great. I love it, and it's definitely more approachable than the ridiculously hard game that was the original Contra. And it's got like perks that you can equip to kind of you have 2 perk slots, and so you can equip different perks that you don't have to, but you can, and they all do different things. And it also has like the standard 1-hit mode, but it also has an HP setting, so you can take 4 or 5 hits before you die. So we played through about half of it in co-op, and then I played through the rest of it in solo, and I've beaten it 1 or 2 more times since, because it only takes about an hour to get through the whole game, because it's a pretty short game. But you have to play through it like 20, I don't know how many times. You have to play through it a lot of times in order to get all the achievements. Most of them are not very difficult. They're just time consuming, but I played through some Contra, Operation Galuga, and it's a really great game. So that was a lot of fun. There are a total of 41 achievements, and I have 24 of them after about 6 hours. But it does say it's a 25 to 30 hour completion, because you have to earn the hardest achievement in the game is for buying all of the perks from the perk store. And the reason why it's the hardest achievement, it's the highest ratio, is just because of how many times you have to beat the game in order to get enough credits to buy all the things in the store. So it's easy. It's just a lot of replaying through the game to get enough money to get it. So I do plan to complete.
Kind of like Dark Souls, and how you had to beat the game 3 times for the final boss. Or you had to beat the game twice for the final boss.
But that's a great game. I've been really enjoying the few hours I put into Operation Galuga, and if you like run and gun games, I definitely recommend it. I don't think it sold very well, but it should have, because it is a great revival of the franchise, I think. Even though I've never been a huge Contra fan, although I think the only Contra game I played was the original version that was ported to Xbox Live Arcade, and that was a great game. And I've mentioned before that I have 1 achievement left for beating that game with only 1 continue. I got really close to getting that achievement when I played that game regularly back in like 2009, but I haven't played it since. So I do want to go back and get that achievement at some point. But yeah, Operation Galuga, great game. Had a lot of fun with it.
Real men don't even need a life.
There is 1 achievement for beating the game on 1-hit mode, but you can use the Contra code to get 30 lives. But even with 30 lives, it's going to be difficult to beat it on 1-hit mode. But that might be the hardest achievement. I don't know. But yeah, there's a bunch of achievements for, beating, achievement for beating all the levels, achievement for beating each of the bosses at the end of each level without dying. There's a couple of cumulative achievements for just defeating 10,000, 20,000 enemies, earning a certain amount of credits, buying all the upgrades, beating arcade mode levels, beating the game in under an hour, beat all the challenges. So that's pretty much covers all the achievements. So they're not too terribly difficult, but yeah, so fun game. I really like it, and I'm looking forward to playing more of it. But that's another one I'll be piecemealing. I'll be playing it little by little. And for one of the nice things is that unlike like original Contra or original Mega Man, like when you shut it off, there's no saving. You have to start over from the beginning. They do have saves, so you can pick up not exactly where you left off. There's no save states, but you can save between levels, so you can pick up with whatever level you beat last and continue. So you don't have to start the game over every single time. So that's nice. There was a game that was leaving Game Pass, so I was planning on Panic playing it. And I left it to like it says like a 3 to 4 hour completion. I left it to like the last night of it didn't leave at the end of, did I leave it? Yeah, it left shoot, I don't remember now. Did it leave in the middle of July, or did it leave at the end of July? Either way, if it was July 16th that it left or the 31st, I don't remember. I want to say it was the 15th, because this was probably a few weeks ago, not just a couple days ago that I was playing it. Called Minami Lane, and it's like a little simulation management game where you're it's a really cutesy looking game, but you set up like a little shop in this like little Japanese town. You sell noodles and ramen and stuff, and so it's like a 3 to 4 hour completion. So it's like I say, I'll play pretty much anything on Game Pass under 10 hours, and I just left. It's like 6 hours left on the last night, and I'm just like, I'm tired and I'm really not feeling this game right now. So unfortunately, at full price, it's only like $5, and it was on sale for I think like $3. So I was like, I'm just gonna buy it for $3 and I'll play it sometime later. So I think I got like 1 more achievement in July. But I do plan to beat that game and get all the achievements sometime in the near future. But so yeah, that one I was planning on playing, and I didn't really, because like I'm not feeling it. So that kind of burns through everything that I sort of played in July, but there was also, as I've mentioned, the idea of the bean dive, and every July is bean dive month on True Achievements, and it usually runs somewhere around like July 10th to July 25th. Depends year to year. I didn't participate in the official event, but I participated in Spirit, and I dived because the bean dive, as I mentioned, is you get one achievement in all the games that are in your backlog that you haven't played yet to put them on your tag to basically, force you to play them to get your completion percentage back up to where it was. Because when you start all these new games and don't get achievements, your completion percentage goes down. So in order to get it back up, you got to play through these games that you dive. So
how much is that? How much do you actually do that?
So I can go back and look at my actual bean dives.
How much does that actually help you with getting back to your completion percentage?
Oh, like
that's what I mean.
Like me personally?
Yeah.
Oh, like massively. It's just because they do it every year. So the idea is get back to where you were within a year, so you can do another one next year. But like I said, I finished my previous bean dive last May, right before I went on my trip, and it took me like 4.5. No, it made a little over 4 years to recover that dive. So I immediately started another dive, which I'm currently in the middle of, and I will complete it, but it might be 10 years till I finish it. Who knows? Because when I started the dive I'm currently on last May, it gives you a counter on your page on how many achievements you need to recover, and it was like 14,000 something. So
of course, that's not that one of the games was Warframe.
Yes, one of the games was Warframe. So, and I haven't really touched it much since. So, I do have a number of long, multi-100-hour games that I have dived.
At least with Warframe, you could also get the achievements on Steam.
Yes, that is true.
And on PlayStation, if you have a PlayStation.
Yep, I can.
Actually, you can get it twice over on PlayStation because PS4 and PS5 sets are separate.
Oh, they're separate. Oh, that's good to know. But anyways, I didn't want to start a new dive because I'm still currently in the one I started last year. So I don't want to start a new dive and just, essentially fail that one. So without starting a new dive, I did dive all the games I have picked up that I backlogged since I did my dive last year. So, like I said, I was at when I started that dive last year, I was at 14,400 achievements needed to recover. And before I started diving all my new games that I picked up since last year, in July, last month, I think my achievements needed to recover was around 11,000. So I made some decent progress. But after diving I think I dived about 55 games last month. So I just got I started basically 55 new games. And so it dropped me from about 11,000 achievements needed to recover to just under 13,000. So it basically added 2,000 more achievements back to my current recovery. But I'm currently sitting at 12,700. So even though I've dived, I have gotten a few hundred achievements already, but that's because I knocked a bunch of the easy games out of the way, like those. I've already got 10,000 gamer score this month because I knocked a bunch of those easy games out of the way. So, but I'll talk about those on next month's Achievement Chasers. Anyways, I just wanted to briefly run down all the games that I dived for that dive. So that was leading up to it. So I put all these games. I've basically gotten one achievement in, although some of these super easy ones I've already completed them since I dived them last month. But anyways, Card Storm Idol, which was a free to play idle clicker game with 3 stacks. I've completed all 3 of those. I did those a couple days ago. Same thing with DPS Idol 2 was another free to play idle clicker game. There was 2 stacks of that, and I completed those already. Another free to play idle clicker game called Legend of Fireball. I've dived it, haven't played it yet. I dived 15 more Metroidvanias. That is Geno Panic, Chronicles of the Wolf, Orbo, 9 Years of Shadows, Kingdom Shell, Somber Echoes, Yar's Rising, Winds of Arcana, Voidrot. I thought there were I guess it was 10. I thought there were more than that. Some of the games I Dive Transference. I did dive Mixtape. Shout out to Nightmare. I'm not planning on streaming it, but I said I'm going to be playing it at some point because, like I said, I'll play anything on Game Pass under 10 hours. That's like a 5-hour completion. So, Mixtape, Kabuto Park, Planet of Lana 2, Forsaken Remastered, Rogue Flight, Modern Warfare 2019, the Windows version, Black Ops 6, Call of the Sea, Call of the Elder Gods, Tamashika, Routine, Escape Simulator, Mahjong, the Windows version, Motor Slice, Darwin's Paradox, Microsoft Jewel, Microsoft Bubble, Turbo Overkill, Fury, Paper Trail, Rift Breaker, Plucky Squire, Atomic Heart, Pepper Grinder. Oh, I spelled that wrong on my list. Replaced.
How dare you misspell a word?
Yeah. Replaced.
Mr. Grammar Nazi.
Yeah. Well, it's because I wrote it down in Notepad, and there's no squiggly line letting me know I spelled something wrong. Or this might actually be a word, and I just misspelled it because it's supposed to be Pepper Grinder, and I forgot the D, so it's Grinder. So maybe that is a word. And
I don't think that's a word.
I don't know. But yeah, I corrected it now. But Halo Campaign Evolved, which is the game that I'm currently in the middle of. Winter Burrow.
Have fun with that lasso run, although apparently it's really easy right now.
I'm not planning on using the exploit. I'm just planning on probably most likely either doing it legit or just not getting the achievement at all. So, but yeah, there is an exploit on Campaign Evolved to get the lasso achievement like super easy. So, but yeah. So I dived Campaign Evolved. I beat the prequel missions not last night because I was at the concert, but the night before. So when I continue playing tonight after we're done with the stream, I'll be picking up at the beginning of the game on Pillar of Autumn. So actually, no, I've beaten Pillar of Autumn, so I'll be starting at the beginning of the level 2 Halo. But yeah, Campaign Evolved, Winter Burrow, Dragon's Dogma 2, Pragmata, which is the next game I'm going to play after Campaign Evolved because I'm real looking forward to playing that game. Aphelion, Junkster, Akimbot, Tiny Tina's Wonderland, Talos Principle Reawakened, and Tomb Raider Remastered 4 through 6. So those are all the game, like the 50-some games that I dived last month where I got basically an achievement in each one of them. So they're on my tag now, and I am going to play those at some point. So that's everything that I lightly played in July. I have one game to talk about that I actually fully played in July. But if you want to go ahead and talk about something first, and then I'll do that.
Okay, I'll go ahead and talk about 2 small games I went through on while I was visiting my folks for July 4th. And those 2 Game Boy games I decided to go through. One of them is a game you've actually already heard me talk about a while ago, but I decided to go through the Game Boy Advance version instead of the
Pokemon?
PS2 version.
Oh, PS2 version.
And that is Gauntlet Dark Legacy.
Okay, so yeah, it's blurry. I can't read that. Although I recognize the font. It's almost focused. There it is. Now I can see it.
But it's pretty much just an isometric version where the levels are just kind of like meh. It's not a very exciting game. Even though it's an action oriented game, it's moves so slowly. I actually started playing it with speed up.
Oh, because of how slow it moves. Fast forward.
Because it just moves so slow. When you actually put it at 2 times speed, it actually feels like a normal game.
Oh my goodness, it's that slow.
Yes.
Okay.
So
let's see here.
Pretty much most of the achievements in the game were just beating the game, from what I remember.
Okay, so Gauntlet Dark Legacy, the Game Boy Advance version. Was this your first time playing this version of the game?
Yes.
Okay. There are 42 achievements with 196 points, and you mastered it in 4 hours. So yeah, not a very long one. Let's see.
Although it would have been 8 hours if I didn't use speed up.
Oh, it's probably you beat the average time by over 2 hours because and it looks like everyone who beat the game also mastered it because there are 50 people who've beaten it and 50 people who mastered it. And the times are the exact same, 6 hours and 34 minutes. So,
yeah, and it's because the only achievements are really progression. There's nothing really to do that's crazy in the game.
Yeah, it looks like most of them are progression, but the ones that aren't progression, it looks like you'll probably get those anyways.
Yeah, like the runestones, they are even though you don't have to get them when you go through the level, you have to get the runestones to unlock the last level.
Okay. Like, yeah, reach level 25 with any character, reach level 50, get 5,000 gold.
And gold has no purpose in this game, so it's just there just to pick up.
Use 15 potions without dying. That sounds super easy. Obtain 15 power-ups without dying and have 3 powers active at the same time. And use 15 keys without dying. Have
Yep.
9. Yeah,
it's a very simple game.
Okay. So that's nice. You beat the average mastery time by over 2 hours. So very nice.
The next one I did not beat that fast.
Oh,
but the next one was also because I had to leave the emulation on because of the way the achievements were put together.
Okay.
But there's not really much to talk about Gauntlet Legacy, Dark Legacy on GBA. Avoid it unless you're really wanting to play a boring isometric game. It's just extremely bare bones.
Yeah. At least it sounds not too long though.
No, it's not too long. Okay. Like if you really want to play another Gauntlet game, it's an option.
If you're a huge Gauntlet fan and you hadn't played that one, then here's one more for you.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's like, I think we talked about that in the past. But it's like, man, I know like everyone talks about that franchise, very highly regarded. But I think we talked about like when was the last Gauntlet game? It was.
There was one on the PC in the 2010s that was pretty decent.
So yeah, still that's a.
But it was more based on the original arcade games than it was on the 3D era games. Okay. But not much to talk about with that one, so I'll go ahead and move on to the next one, which is another Game Boy game. And
okay.
It is Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle.
Hey, that one focused almost immediately.
Yay. But actually what's crazy is that in other regions it's not Bugs Bunny. In some regions it's Mickey Mouse, in others it's I think Woody Woodpecker or something.
Because Mickey is Disney and
yeah, it's just
Bugs
the only
Bunny
difference
is WB.
The only difference between the games is the sprites that they use. There's no story, it's just a puzzle platformer.
So maybe certain which ones have different characters, different platforms, or different countries?
Countries.
Different countries. So maybe different countries couldn't get the license to one but the other, so they just took the exact same gameplay and just swapped out the sprites.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, in Japan it's Mickey Mouse.
So you would think it would be another
in the US and Europe it's Bugs Bunny. I think the fourth game actually had Woody Woodpecker for some reason.
Okay. So, yeah. So this was a Game Boy game. 30 achievements for 334 points. And, yeah, this one took quite a bit longer.
Yeah, and it's only because of one achievement in the game. If it wasn't for that achievement, I would have eventually gotten it.
Okay, so the looking at the achievements, it's the average for beat the game is just under 4 hours, and the average for mastery is about 9 hours. And you have a little bit more than that. So why don't you go ahead and tell us about why that is?
It is only because of one achievement, and that is the achievement called Crazy Castle Survivor. You have to complete all 80 stages without using a continue.
I'm assuming this is a pretty easy basic platformer, right?
You don't jump. It's a puzzle platformer.
Oh, it's a puzzle platformer. Okay.
Pretty much, kind of. Where you just the whole point of the game is to collect all the carrots, and not to run into any of the other characters running around. Now you can pick up like a boxing glove, and then press the B button to shoot that boxing glove, and it'll kill one enemy that it hits. And there's also safes and all that kind of stuff that you can either push into push into them or push off of ledges onto the enemies. And of course the enemies they have is of course Sylvester, you have Yosemite Sam, Daffy Duck, and Wile E. Coyote. The only one that can go up and down on the staircases that you can. There's two types of staircases. Of course, the ones that just are on the normal platforms, and you just press up or down to go on. But then there's also ones that are like doorways that go to a specific doorway on a higher or lower platform.
Okay.
And the only person that can go through those doorways, or the only character that can go through those doorways, is Sylvester.
I'm assuming, so to make sure I understand, you're always playing as Bugs Bunny, and those other
Yes.
characters are basically your adversaries, and each one has a different. They each have different abilities and they're trying to get you.
They just have different. They don't really have different abilities. They have different mechanics.
Okay, yeah,
Kind of like how kind of like the ghosts in Pac-Man.
Oh, in Pac-Man. Okay.
But like for the most part, the other three are almost exactly the same. Because once they're on the lowest platform, they'll never go higher.
Okay. So, I'm looking at the achievements. There's an achievement for basically every 10 levels and no passwords allowed. So, do you have to do that in one sitting, or is there the ability to save?
There is no saving.
So in order, if you want to do all 80 levels, you have to do it in essentially one sitting, or just leave it running.
And because there's already an achievement for beating all 80 stages without using and continue, that's pretty much why I have the achievement for stage 80 completed and the survivor at the same time.
Yeah, there's unless you don't care about the mastery, there's no reason to not do both at the same time.
Yeah.
So why did that take so long? Is it difficult and you had to keep restarting from the beginning, or did you have to leave it running one night in order to continue?
For a couple of times, because I was visiting my parents, there was a couple of times where I would just stop playing and just leave it running.
Okay. So your playtime says about 30 hours, but that's because you left it idling for a while. So how long would you?
I probably left it idle for at least 24.
Okay.
20 or 24.
So this estimate average 9 hours. It says you would say that's pretty accurate if you didn't.
Yeah, pretty accurate.
Okay. So you weren't actively playing it for 30 hours. It's just you had to leave it idle. So yeah, so it looks like there's 30 achievements. There's one for beating each of the 10 levels, a couple for earning certain score thresholds. Complete different thresholds of stages without losing life, which you'll automatically get if you do it without. Oh, not necessarily. How many lives do you have per continue?
You start with 3, but every time you beat a level without dying, you get an extra life.
Okay. But yeah, you have to beat 20 stages in a row without losing a life, and there's one achievement for every 5 levels. Eliminate multiple Sylvesters and Yosemite Sams and Daffy Ducks and Wile E. Coyotes. So sounds like most of those will all just come naturally, I assume.
Pretty much, yeah.
You don't really have to go out of your way except for not using a continue and beating 20 levels without dying.
Yep.
Now, it seems like that wouldn't be too difficult, but of the 1,900 people who have played it, only 23 people have that achievement. So is it pretty difficult?
Yes.
And why is that?
There's a couple of stages. They're just a complete jackass, pretty much.
Because it's a puzzle platformer, so it's more of figuring out the solution to the puzzle and executing it, right?
Well, it's not just that. It's also just figuring out how to get the enemies to work in your favor.
Okay. So yeah, it's like this is a pretty rare achievement. So,
especially on the hardcore.
Let's see here. You are the only one of this game has had oh wow, I'm surprised this game has had achievements since December of 2022. So it hasn't been that. I figured a game like this would have had achievements like a decade ago.
Nope. Nobody really thought about it. The only game in the series I had played myself as a kid was the second game. So,
and
I never really played it enough to make achievements back whenever I was still making achievements.
Okay, you are the 20th person to master this one. So, one person has mastered it since. So there are 21 masteries out of the 1,900 that have played it. So, not bad.
And he did it 4 days after me.
Yeah. And no one did it in June, and there was a couple in May.
Yep.
So, what is there another game that you could most closely relate it to? Just based on what I'm looking at here with the one screenshot that I'm seeing on Retro Achievements, the closest thing I can think of is Lode Runner. Did you ever play Lode Runner?
I never played Lode Runner.
That I haven't seen it in motion, so I don't know how it plays. But that's just looking at this picture. That's what it makes me think of.
What's funny is there is an NES version of the game.
Of this Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle?
Yes.
I wonder if it's anything like, because I believe Lode Runner was also on NES. I played the Xbox.
There's only 60 levels on it.
Yeah.
That's crazy. The Game Boy game has more levels.
Huh. Yep, Lode Runner was an NES game, but I played the Xbox 360 arcade version. But yeah, I wonder if they're anything alike. So, all right. Anything else that you want to mention on Bugs Bunny?
Not really. It was a fun. It was a much better game than Gauntlet Dark Legacy, at least.
Okay. Just some of the achievements were a bit of a hassle.
Yeah.
But overall, a better game.
Definitely.
Okay. I do like puzzle platformers, so maybe I'll give that one a look at some point.
It's an early puzzle platformer, so it's also just about as much as the timing as is figuring out how to get through the stage.
Okay. Yeah, that's my favorite are ones where it's not really timing based. It's more of figure it out and then thinking about it and then figure it out and then executing it.
Yeah, sometimes you have to abuse sometimes you have to abuse the AI mechanics.
Okay. I'm not a huge that was one of the things on, not that it was a heavy mechanic, but in Portal 1 there was one puzzle that was extremely timing based, and it was a very difficult room just because of how much stuff is going on all at the same time. You have 2 seconds to shoot your portal in just the right spot and you have to do it 4 or 5 times in a row. Whereas Portal 2, basically none of the puzzles were you have to do this really quickly and be precise, which is another reason why I think Portal 2 is a much better game. So, yeah. All right. Let's see here. My next... What do I got next? So I went over everything in Xbox in July, except for one. And so I'm going to go into detail.
Is it one that we both played?
It is one that we both played. Do you want to talk about this one together then?
Might as well.
Okay. So, as I mentioned, we played through Halo 5 because we've been very slowly making our way through the entire Halo franchise. Dude started playing Halo 1.
We finally got to the one I wanted to actually finally play on co-op.
Started this with Paul probably 3 years ago, and we finally finished Halo 5 in July, and then we were actually able to start the next one in the series, Halo Infinite, which I had never played before. Dude had played it, except he never played it in co-op. So this is Halo Infinite. And
yes, I own it physically, even though it doesn't really matter.
So because we were going to be playing this on stream together, playing through it in co-op, there's lots of stuff going on. You can't really pay attention to the story. So I was I'm going to try to play through as much as I can before we play it on stream. So when we're talking or someone accidentally skips a cutscene, I still know what's going on. So I did play probably about half the game before we started playing it on stream. I didn't do it on my channel, but Dude and Paul both streamed to their channels. So that's why I knew a lot of the stuff that was going on, is because I had literally just played it a couple days before we played it. So when we did it on stream, we got through, I don't know, maybe the first third of the game, maybe the first quarter.
I'd say the first quarter.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. So we played through,
but the open world stuff was going by pretty fast because there was 4 of us.
Yeah, so the big change is this is the first open world Halo game, and so on stream we got about through the first quarter of it. So fortunately I made it past that before we started doing it when I was playing solo, and then after that I have since gone and beaten the game. So I've now beaten Halo Infinite. And I got all the collectibles, all the audio logs, all the skulls, everything. The only, for the most part, the only achievements I don't have are the co-op ones that we're going to be getting when we continue our playthrough, whenever that is, as well as I only played it on normal. So we do it on streaming co-op. We're doing it on legendary. So I was like,
it'd be too easy if we weren't.
Yeah. So
I mean, we've probably died altogether 2 or 3 times during that entire stream. And we have Paul with us.
That's funny. We have Paul with us. So shout out to Paul.
But I'm not even complaining about the Sidious because we can't really kill each other in this game as much.
But yeah, since we're doing it on legendary and co-op, I was like, and I knew that ahead of time. I was like, I'm just going to play through it on normal.
You should have played it on heroic. That's the canon difficulty.
Yeah, but it's because I want to try to get through it quickly so I can make sure that I got farther in my solo play than we were going to when we played it in co-op. But I played through it on normal, and I'll get the heroic and legendary achievements when we finish in co-op. And there's a bunch of co-op achievements that Dude doesn't have yet, and I don't have most of those either. So I'll be getting those as well. The only other ones that I don't have are a couple of let's see here.
Multiplayer?
No, so I'm talking about just the campaign. I haven't touched the multiplayer, so I don't have any of those. Because
most of those multiplayer achievements aren't difficult.
I looked through them; they don't look too bad, but I haven't played.
The worst one is
yet.
grinding, of course, through an entire battle pass, but that's not too bad. You'll eventually get. It's one of those things you'll eventually get.
Yeah. So Halo Infinite is the base game, is the multiplayer free to play, and the DLC is the campaign, which you would have to pay for. But I've got it through Game Pass.
And I have the disc.
I do plan to pick up a disc for it at some
Even
point.
though sadly the disc is one of those games where it's not on the game.
It's a key card disc.
Yeah.
Why the heck is it not?
I bet you Campaign Evolved on PS5 is actually on the. No wait, I've actually heard that Campaign Evolved is not even on the disc for PS5.
Oh, I'm like, where's the DLC tab? I'm looking at Campaign Evolved, not Halo Infinite. Dumb.
There is no DLC for Campaign Evolved.
Maybe you click on the right Halo game, genius. But anyways, Halo Infinite has a total of 144 achievements, and the base game, which is the multiplayer aspect, has 50 achievements, and the DLC, there's actually 2 DLCs, are 94 achievements. So I have 82 out of the 144 achievements. I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 achievements in the base game, but you can get them all just by navigating the menus. You don't have to play a multiplayer match. I've not even played a single multiplayer match yet. So of the 82, 7 of those are in the base game. So what is that? Like 75 achievements essentially I have. And there's the campaign DLC, and then there's the winter update DLC, which is added. That's basically all of those additional co-op achievements.
And there's a couple of challenge achievements they also added in.
Yeah, so the campaign DLC has 69 achievements, and I have all but 5 of those. And that's for completing the campaign at Heroic, completing the campaign at Legendary, completing the campaign in under 8 hours, which I'm assuming we'll probably get in co-op.
I don't think we're going to get in co-op, but we can. But it's not too difficult on easy.
Yeah, if I have to do it on solo and easy, that's fine. I'll do that. But I'm hoping that we get it when we play through it in co-op, and then if not, then I'll go back and make.
We're trying to do everything in the game, so I don't think we're going to do it in co-op.
That could be. I have to kill a grunt that's been thrown by a brute, and I've never even seen a brute do that, so I haven't been able to get that achievement.
Even though the original trailer showed that, it's so rare.
And then the last one is for the lasso, which I don't expect I'll ever get.
It's not if you can get that
if you do the scorpion gun, it's not too bad. Which I haven't done that.
You do the scorpion gun in the you go scorpion gun in the energy sword, and you're good.
Okay, then maybe I will do that one. I haven't looked
into
where to get.
It is the easiest lasso in the entire series.
Okay, then maybe I will. Maybe I'll go do it then.
It's probably because they don't have the Iron Skull on.
Oh, okay.
So every time you die, you don't have to back out every time.
Okay, then
when you're doing it on solo.
Okay, I'll definitely do it at some point then. And then there's the winter update, which
and even before you get the scorpion gun, you can still get the rocket launcher in the first level.
Okay.
There's a way to get the rocket launcher early on, so you can use that. The hardest part is getting to the point where you can get those weapons.
Does lasso in this game include bandana?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Very nice. For anyone who hasn't played, the bandana skull gives you unlimited ammo. You do have to reload, but you have unlimited ammo.
That's why I say it's the easiest lasso.
It makes very much sense. So, and then there's the winter update, which has 25 achievements, and I have about half of them. So there's ones that I do have is kill an enemy with the banished mining laser, which you have to do on a specific level. Most of these are either co-op achievements or achievements that you have to do a specific requirement on a specific level. So that one you have to do on a specific level. Killed the tower commander with a plasma grenade. That's a specific level. Eliminated all the enemies on the south beacon with a tank. Killed one chieftain, uses turret to kill another in repository. Killed 40 enemies with the stalker rifle at the command spire. These are all like various levels. You just have to do certain things. So they're pretty easy. I've done all these. And the next is kill the hunter pair with finishing off with melee attacks. Defeat Tremonius with the skewer. destroy both phantoms before they left Outpost Tremonius, breach the auditorium in under 3 minutes, kill 5 enemies with a sniper rifle from a vehicle, which we got on stream. And I got 3 of those. I got 3 of them, and I think you got the last 2.
Yeah. But it didn't pop on my screen.
Oh, it was a silent pop. You got it. It just didn't pop up on screen.
Yeah.
And then the last one that I do have is controlled demolition for in co-op. Destroy 4 fuel silos within 5 seconds of each other. We did that one on our stream. So the ones that I don't have that we'll probably get is, well, this one's easy. Defeat Eshram without losing your shields. That one's easy. I just haven't gone back and done it. There's in co-op, captured all Florida operating bases, which we're going to do because we're going to do everything. In co-op, kill a hunter and its bonded brother within 3 seconds. We should be able to do that one. Co-op.
Everyone get rockets and just fire at both. Make sure they're near each other.
In co-op, complete all 7 banished outposts. We're going to do that. Eliminate all high-value targets. We're going to do that. Answer all UNSC distress calls. We're going to do that. Complete the conservatory in less than 15 minutes. I could do that in easy solo if I wanted to. I just haven't gone back and done it. Co-op, kill 100 enemies while riding it. While all players are riding air vehicles. So as long as we all go fly Banshees, I'm sure we'll get that one.
Or the Falcons or whatever.
The Wasp.
Yeah, Wasp, whatever. I can't remember. I forgot there was a Wasp instead of Falcon.
Get at least 1 kill with every available weapon on the first level, which is kind of a hassle, but not too difficult. I just haven't gone back and done that. In co-op, destroy all cooling towers on dig site within 60 seconds of each other. In co-op, splatter 50 enemies while riding a vehicle with another player. In co-op, kill 50 enemies while riding a mongoose with another player. And the last one is in co-op, lower all 3 gates within 15 seconds of each other at Riven Gate. So we'll probably get most, if not all of those, when we continue our playthrough. In co-op.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you and me can just do the vehicle ones.
Yes, that's true. So you don't have to do it in 4-player co-op. You can just do it in 2-player co-op. So we could do that off stream. So yep. I will probably get all of the winter update and campaign DLC achievements. And it's just, when do I want to go into the multiplayer and work on the multiplayer achievements? I don't really want to do that.
So. Yeah, because at least whenever I was doing it, the noobs were still there.
Yeah, I've still never played a multiplayer match. I'm going to have to start doing that if I want to get all the achievements, which doesn't sound like it's too difficult to do. It's just a bit time consuming. But it does say the estimated completion is 111 to 138 hours. I am at 50 hours because I did complete, all the collectibles, which wasn't difficult. It's just, I had to look up a guide where all of them were. And,
yeah, some of those skulls were in a pain in the butt spots.
So I spent a lot of time just flying around and getting all the collectibles. And as I mentioned on Party Chat the other day, that part of the game was made for a great podcast game. So I was, listening to something while I'm flying around and finding stuff. So, but yeah, the gameplay, I really enjoyed. I thought the gameplay of Halo Infinite was really good.
I even like the story. For the most part.
So I won't really get into spoilers, but I mentioned this on our stream.
Spoilers for a 5-year-old game.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how old something is. There are people who haven't seen or seen a movie or watched a show or played the game. So
the problem is that they're probably going to do another soft reboot, and we're not going to remember anything. We're not going to figure out what the ending for this really is in the games.
That's what I was saying on our stream the other day when we were playing this on stream, is that I was only about halfway through the game, maybe like 60% of the way through the game at the time we played it on stream. And I was like, not one thing have I encountered in this entire game yet has absolutely anything to do with Halo 5 and what happened in Halo 5. They do touch on that in the last mission or two. So they did.
They showed why they were there on this ring.
So they did kind of
resolve
some of that, but I still have a lot of issues and questions that were left unanswered. So I thought
I'm still mad that they didn't bring one piece of lore of the Banished from the books into this game, and they retroactively changed it because of what Cortana did to the Banished homeworld.
Okay, yeah,
because in the books,
I don't know anything about the Banished, and I still don't.
The Banished are a group that got shut out, that were supposed to have been killed by they were pretty much a group of the
Covenant criminals.
They weren't really criminals, but they ended up becoming criminals because the chief, pretty much, the one that they kept on talking about but wasn't in the game,
Atriox?
Atriox. Yeah, he was supposed to be like the arbiter, where he was supposed to be sitting on suicide missions, but he kept coming back. And so they were like, and because he kept coming back, he started winning more people to his side.
Oh, okay.
And because of that, they were like, okay, he's too dangerous. We need to get rid of him actually now, before he gets too strong. And by then he was already too strong, but he wasn't strong enough to hold a base at the time. So he would just go to their warehouses, steal some shit, and leave. So he was just more of a pirate.
So guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, pretty much. From a gorilla.
From a gorilla, exactly. That was the joke.
Yep.
But yeah,
but eventually they find the Ark and they start doing stuff, and that's what Halo Wars 2 is.
Okay. So my biggest issue with the game is just how much stuff they don't touch on, and they don't explain like anything of what's going on in the state of the galaxy at the point. And they just like throw you in like you already know what's going on. It's like, no, I have no idea because I don't play RTS games. So you should be, at least trying to connect the dots. So that was my biggest issue with it. At least at the end, they did do that a little bit, but I still have so many questions. I still think it story-wise is better than Halo 5. And the game
I do like really Escharum as a villain.
Yes.
He was a good villain.
It's funny because I think just yesterday or the day before I saw a tweet about like who's the best like recent character introduced to Halo, and it was like the pilot, Atriox. I don't remember what the other two. It showed 4 pictures. I might be able to go find it, but like everyone in the replies was like Atriox. I'm like, did we play the same game? Because he shows up in the opening cutscene and you never see him again. So how is he?
He was good in Halo Wars 2, but that's the problem, is that for you never seen him.
Yeah. So that's my biggest issue with it is the writing and the
I still love the DLC though for Halo Wars 2, is because they brought back the Flood, but it's because two of Atriox's generals decided they're gonna break into the containment field on the Ark and to get more materials, but that's where the Flood is, and he told them specifically not to go in there. So the entire DLC is them cleaning up their own mess.
So, but yeah, overall, I really enjoyed Halo Infinite. I just, the writing was my least favorite part, but the gameplay was excellent. My biggest nitpick with the game
thing is, though, did you play the game with Rumble on?
I don't know that I could turn it off.
Oh, okay, because I know Paul and since they play on PC, they don't have Rumble.
Oh,
but remember during that cutscene in the that we went through with them, where you try to save the Spartan from the tower after he'd been tortured.
Yes.
Remember, you noticed how after you get him out, the Rumble actually is the heartbeat of the Spartan.
I did not pick up on that until after you said it, but I did have Rumble because I put my controller down for one of the cutscenes and the controller vibrated and fell off my desk.
But I really love that attention to detail. I wish that there was more of that.
That is really cool because they didn't do a good job.
It added to the scene.
Yes, absolutely, because they didn't do a good job of. It's like, I rescued him. Why are we just leaving him behind? It's like, obviously it's implied that he died, but they didn't do a good job of showing that he actually did, because they didn't say it.
If you're not holding the controller, you don't notice.
Yeah,
that's the problem. But if you're holding the controller during that cutscene, you start to realize it partway through.
Because I've done that scene twice now when I played it solo and then on our stream, and I didn't notice that either time.
I noticed it the first time I played it.
I didn't notice it either time. So if we do that one again, then I'll pay attention to it. But yeah, gameplay was great. The grapple shot, I freaking love the grapple shot. That was like the greatest addition ever. And after I've been playing through Campaign Evolved now, and I really miss the grapple shot. So overall, I really enjoyed Halo Infinite. I don't know if I gave it a score or not, but I have most of the campaign achievements, and almost all the ones I don't have will most likely get as we continue to play through in co-op. And then anything after that, I'll go and wrap up either myself or maybe if there's some co-op ones that we still need to do, Dude and I will knock those out together.
the biggest problem with Infinite is the infinite potential that was wasted.
Aha.
Because it's
Yeah.
supposed to be a 10-year game, and then they never released any more story content.
Oh,
They were supposed to release more story content.
They had they were gonna Destiny it, where it's like, here's our 10-year plan for Halo.
And then because the multiplayer never didn't pan out as well as they thought it was.
Okay, I did rate it. I gave it an 8.5.
It's definitely the best 343 game.
I'd agree with that.
And sadly, the Forge mode wasn't released in time. But whenever Forge mode finally came to Infinite, like even the previews were like, "This is going to be the best Forge mode ever." And guess what we get? We get Waluigi's pinball with actual Mario Kart mechanics.
Wait, what?
You didn't? Were you not here for that community night with the fun night for Infinite?
No, I did not. I wish I could have joined that one.
Hopefully, the next time we do, you can join it, because it literally was. We literally raced on Mongoose on Waluigi's pinball, and you actually even picked up items that acted as items from Mario Kart.
What? That's crazy. That's awesome.
And you can do it with 24 players.
That is great. Yeah, I really wanted to join in that one, but I think I had another stream that night or something. But I hope
that's the problem with doing them on Tuesdays.
Yep. So, let's see here. I feel like there was one other thing I was going to say. Oh, yeah, just some other stuff, just with the writing and stuff that is like, wait, why is this and how is this? And they didn't explain any of it. That's my biggest issue. Oh, that's my biggest issue with the game. With the gameplay, my only real gripe, and it's a very minor one, is when you are at your bases and you're selecting your weapon, you can only see one. You have to go through one at a time to get all the way through your guns to pick what you want. That interface should have been way better. That's my one and only gripe.
They looked at Breath of the Wild and like, we can do worse.
It's like, why not just make it a grid? Oh, so I did mention this on our stream, but why not just give us a grid so we can see all the things we have unlocked and just pick the one we want, rather than have to swipe through all these freaking guns to get to the one I want. That's one thing. And the other thing is, when you do select a gun, if you don't have that gun, you pick it up, it has full ammo. However, if you already have that gun and you're almost empty and you select it from the inventory, it gives you the gun, and it doesn't give you enough to fill up your ammo. So you have to go through it again and spawn the weapon again to have full ammo. If you're gonna freaking give me the gun, give it to me with freaking full ammo. Even if I already have the gun in my inventory. That's my other thing that just was driving me nuts. There were so many times where I had to pick the gun twice because it wouldn't give me full ammo. So that was really dumb. But yeah, very minor nitpicks. I enjoyed my time with it, and I like the open world aspect of it. Being able to, as you progress, unlock more guns and more vehicles and stuff. I just wish there were more vehicles, because there's basically the Warthog, the Mongoose, and the Wasp.
And sometimes you can pick up a ghost.
Yeah, because you can only spawn UNSC. You can spawn Covenant weapons, but you can't spawn Covenant vehicles. But you can hijack them and pick them up in the game. You just can't spawn them. So,
but because they die so easily, it's not even that big of a deal.
Yeah, there are ghosts, and there are banshees, and
wraiths.
There are wraiths. Well, yeah, wraiths. But I don't think you can ever wait. I don't know. I think, can you? I mean, you could jump on a wraith and like board it, but can you hijack it? Because I don't know that I ever drove a wraith in the game.
Probably not. You can only use them in actual multiplayer.
Okay, it's like I remember jumping on them and like planting a grenade or punching them to death, but I don't know if I was able to ever like rip someone out and jump in.
In previous games, you had to beat it until at least the hatch broke open, and then get off and then kill the enemy inside. But in that game, in Infinite, the vehicles are so paper mache. It's not even that big of a deal to save it at that point. So,
yeah, I just wish there was a few more vehicles, or if you could maybe spawn Covenant vehicles from your, like unlock them to be spawned at your base.
But I'm going back to that one discussion. The big lore thing that they didn't take from the Banished from the books is that they took in anybody that was willing and able to join the cause, and that included humans.
Yes, I remember you mentioning that on stream. But in the
So
game, that's not the case, though. They're only
because of they explained it that apparently in other books that apparently because of what Cortana did, they they
they hate
um
humans now.
they got rid of all the humans.
Oh, another thing. I without spoiling, there's a character that's introduced in the game that also makes like no sense, and they didn't explain this character like at all.
I
So
think they're trying to make it be like the flood reveal, but it didn't hit as well. It didn't hit as
they
well.
failed massively in that regard.
Yes.
So, but yeah, I really enjoyed Halo Infinite a lot, and I hope that's not the end of Halo.
It
New
might be.
Halo, that is, because obviously we got campaign evolved, but I'll talk about that.
And we're gonna get Halo 2 demake as well.
Halo 2 campaign evolved.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll talk about campaign evolved on our next achievement chasers because I'm like I said, I'm only very early in the game, so
Because we need Halo 2 with sprint.
yeah. Although I know people are hating on it, but I do like having sprint and some of the other little modern touches.
There are some things I like and from what I've seen of the game, but for every good decision, they made 3 bad decisions. From what I can see.
Like I said, I haven't played very much of it yet, but I've enjoyed my time with it so far. My biggest gripe is the fact that with the default control scheme, there's no way to toggle the zoom. You have to remap your controls in order to be able to tap the zoom button and keep it zoomed in without having to hold the zoom button. That's my biggest issue so far. Heard lots of people have performance issues, and like the AI is stupid. I haven't really had any stupid AI, and I haven't had any performance issues in game. And I've heard that most of those glitches are in the prequel missions, and I've beaten the prequel missions, and I didn't really see much. The only like performance issues is at like the beginning of every cutscene. There's like it freezes for like 5 frames, so it's like very short. But I'm like,
it's like how do you mess up being able to show video files as the cutscenes?
So that's the only slight performance issue I've seen is a couple of freezes in the cutscenes. But other than that, it's ran
like I said.
Well
how do you screw up playing a video?
Yeah. So
and an engine that everyone uses.
Yeah, we'll get more into that next month. So let's see here. So that is
there is another open world FPS I could talk about.
Okay. I was gonna say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 short things to talk about for retro achievements, and that is about it. So how much do you got left?
2 games. I can talk about this one. You can talk about a couple more.
Okay. What do you got next?
Well, this is the only other Xbox game I played this past 2 months, and that's because a DLC dropped, and I had the premium version of the game, so it was free for it. I had already paid for it.
I know what you're talking about.
Doom Dark Ages.
Yeah, I have not played it yet, but I'm looking forward to at some point.
But it actually plays almost like an open world the DLC, and that's kind of what
is great.
It is great. It took me almost the entire DLC to finally figure out how to use a spear properly, though. Because the first level they force you to use the spear. I had so much trouble that I decided to use the shield for the rest of the game until I got to one challenge, and I ended up using the spear for that. And I was like, "Oh, that's how you use it."
That's how it's kind of like with the second DLC for Dark Ages. They took away the crucible and replaced it with the hammer.
Yeah.
And I like barely ever used it until it's like, no, you have to use it, otherwise it's going to make things very difficult. So it's like, okay, I'll understand. I'll use the hammer.
I mean, there are still some enemies that are better to use the shield for, but then there's other enemies where it's better to use the spear for.
Okay.
But
so I'm assuming before the deal, I think you might have already just mentioned this and I just spaced on it, but you had all the achievements in the game before the DLC came out, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you've played the DLC now. Have you re-completed the game and have all the achievements?
Yes, I have every achievement in the game now too.
Okay. So it's a great DLC. Do you like the DLC better than the base game?
I don't know if I think I actually did enjoy it more than the base game because the base game was still linear levels where it's just like you just go through each level and just once you're finished with the level, you're done with it and you're never coming back. Whenever I was first going through the game, as I was going through the regular levels, because there's like a hub level that connects to the other 4 levels.
Is it kind of like your fortress in Doom Eternal?
Well, it's actually a full like level, so there actually are enemies on it,
Oh, okay.
but they don't respawn, so it's not that big of a deal. But
Okay.
but it's kind of like it's like a hub where you go to some gates where it teleports you to the actual levels they're a bit more linear. But
Okay.
once you beat the game, it opens it up because there are certain gates you can't go through until you've beaten the game
Hmm.
because you get the master key once you've beaten all four main levels.
So there is some post game stuff after after you beat the DLC,
Yes.
and I'm assuming there are achievements for some of that.
For all of it, yeah.
Okay.
And one of the little secrets is classic levels. So
Oh,
they actually during the story they actually show why the Doomslayer, because this is the guy from the original games.
from the 90s.
Do you remember why he was stationed on Phobos? That was the Doom 1.
I don't really know anything about the Doom
The history.
story lore except for
He
like the cutscenes from
he was sent to
2016 and
Phobos
Eternal.
because he punched his commanding officer.
Oh, so it's
And
like he was sent there as
this
punishment.
DLC actually gives you the reason why he punched his superior officer.
So that'd be like
Because as you're going through the levels, you actually see the mission that he went on that before he punched his superior officer.
So like 30 years later, we get an answer to
Yeah.
why he was there in the first
And
place.
unlike Psylux, it's actually a good reason.
And unlike what?
Unlike Psylux and Prime 4.
Oh, Prime 4, yeah.
It's actually a good
very
reason.
Disappointing. Okay.
With Psylux, if they go back and kind of retcon it a little bit and being like that's the first straw that made him start hating everything, that would be better.
Oh,
but with
like
this,
if there's more stuff that leads up to it, wasn't just that.
Yeah. Like that was like the first straw.
That would definitely be better because that
was not as good for a final straw.
Yeah, that was pathetic.
But with Doom Dark Ages Revelations, it turns out he was sent into a hospital that was pretty much being controlled by terrorists. And this content plays kind of like the original Doom, where you just have a shotgun and it's straight in the middle of the screen. And you eventually unlock that shotgun as a super
or does
weapon.
it look like with the modern graphics?
With the modern graphics.
Oh, okay.
And you eventually use this mode to play the classic levels.
And those I'm assuming are the old, pixel graphics.
Like the Doom 1 levels.
Or is it like if they rebuilt the old levels in the modern engine?
Well, it's that, but they look like the original levels because it's like low low textures. But it still uses the Doom Dark Ages enemies as replacements for the enemies in the stages.
Okay.
So like instead of pinkies, they used Hell Knights because the pinkies in the Dark Ages game isn't really a good version of the pinky and from the original Doom.
Oh, okay.
Because it was just the Pinky Riders, remember? And they're kind of like mini bosses, not like a normal enemy.
It's been a while since I played the older Dooms.
Yeah, but the mission that they showed was that he went to a hospital that was being used by terrorists as a base, and he was sent in to set up explosives on other munitions. And he just went in guns blazing and wasn't looking for anybody because he was told there were no civilians. But on the way out, when he had like 2 seconds left, he saw a little girl in the doorway of the hospital and he tried running back in to save her. And by then, the hospital started exploding.
Oh.
So because of the mission, he ended up killing civilians. And because of that alone, he went up to his commanding officer and kicked and pretty much beat him up. Because his commanding officer didn't tell him about the civilians.
That's a pretty good reason.
Yep. And to cover it up, they instead of talking about the civilian losses, they were just going to reprimand him for beating up the commanding officer instead of telling or putting the blame on the commanding officer for not telling him about the civilians.
Okay.
Because apparently he actually knew it beforehand. And
Oh, the
there was
commanding
actually
officer did.
yeah, and there's other logs that show that there was some tension between him and the Doomslayer.
Okay.
Because he was late for a meeting for a mission brief, but the reason why he was late is because he came back from doing the mission by himself.
And given that this gives some background history on the Doomslayer, does it ever give him an official name, or does it?
It does give him a name.
It does. Okay.
It's like a normal name, so it's not that big of a deal.
Okay. I was just curious if he.
And they even give him the reason. They even give the reason why he has the pet rabbit.
Oh, okay.
Because it turned out that he started having PTSD from killing the civilians at the hospital, and dogs weren't working for him, so they ended up giving him a rabbit, and that was helping him calm down.
His PTSD support animal.
Yes, and so because the demons killed his support animal, he completely broke and started killing all demons.
I love it. So, okay. So it looks like the DLC only had 10 achievements. And
pretty much just find all the secrets and complete everything pretty much
and beat the story. So not really anything you had to go out of your way for, as long as you're being thorough.
The new bosses were actually pretty fun. That's one thing that I think that Dark Ages does really well, is the bosses.
Okay.
Especially there is actually a secret boss in the game. They have to get all the secrets to actually lock the gate to go fight him. And that was a really satisfying boss fight.
Is that Zalgoroth?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, there's no. It says there's some of these achievements are marked as progression, but there's no like story complete for the DLC. So I'm assuming that would be considered the story complete DLC or story complete achievement for the DLC.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Even though you don't have to complete that to actually get like the credits.
Oh, okay. So,
actually, let me see.
Oh, yeah, there is an achievement that says just complete the Revelations campaign. So that would probably be the actually beating the story of the DLC, but there is an achievement for defeating the secret boss, essentially.
And they definitely set it up for another DLC.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Maybe I'll get around to the game before the next DLC comes out.
Hopefully, yeah.
I do want to try to. So kind of like Mario, I'm going to play through all the Marios before I get to, it all started with Angry Canadian challenging me to Mario Sunshine last year, which obviously I didn't get to. But I was like,
Y'all still doing that challenge, or
no? That was ended last year. But we got bonus points for playing each game in the franchise, so that was why I was like, I'm gonna start and work my way to it. And I was like, I'm gonna do the same thing for Doom, but I fell off on Doom 1 because I was playing the GBA version, and the performance on those last levels, because there's so many enemies, is just so garbage that it's really, really difficult to beat them. Even on
it's just more impressive that game was playable on the GBA.
I was impressed on how well it ran until I got to Act 4 or Chapter 4, whatever, the last set of levels, and those levels are nearly impossible just because the performance.
I think the original game only had 3, though.
Yeah, the original release had 3. I'm playing the a ROM hack, which adds the 4 that were in the original game into the GBA version, but it can't really.
Now you see why they didn't put them in the originally.
Yeah, so maybe I'll, because there's like 3 or 4 different versions on GBA, and I decided to go with this one because it's the most thorough, and it seemed like it was the easiest one to beat because some of the other ones are a lot more difficult. Because on this one you just have to beat it on normal, but even on normal, those last few levels are like stupid hard.
Definitely.
So I was going to do that, and then Doom 2, and then Doom 3, or maybe I'll skip Doom 3 for now and come back to it later.
Don't you dare just skip Doom 3.
Doom 64, and then Doom 2016, and then it's
although some people call Doom 64 the real Doom 3.
It really is.
Doom 3 is just Doom Half-Life.
I may skip the older ones and just start with 2016 and Eternal, and then do Dark Ages so that I can get through it sooner, because I'm literally looking forward to playing through 2016 and Eternal again, because it's been a while since I played them. So I
From
may
what I
just
remember,
do that.
from what I can remember, the spear kind of makes the game feel more like Doom Eternal.
So I'll probably do that, and then I'll get around to playing it sooner. Because if I have to play through all the older ones first, it's going to take a lot longer just because I don't really have the motivation to get through them like I do the more recent ones. So, all right. I guess I'll move on to my last bunch of games. Unless there's anything else you want to mention about Doom Dark Ages DLC.
Nope, great DLC. If you like the modern Doom, any of the modern Doom games, you should enjoy. You should be able to enjoy this one.
I've heard nothing but good things about it. So, all right. So the last stuff that I talked
What's
about.
funny is I think what's funny whenever it comes to shooters, though, I think the best shooter that came out is probably from Nintendo. That Splatoon Raiders game. I've heard nothing but good things about that thing.
I have heard good things about that as well.
The problem is that there's no achievements, so if I buy it, I'm waiting until Retro Achievements adds it.
Do you know, is that a Switch 2 exclusive?
I think it's a Switch 2 exclusive.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't be able to play it on anything anyways. I don't have a Switch 2.
Not yet, anyways.
Yeah, I'll probably get one eventually, but it's not very high on the priority list. So, but as I've said, the thing that might get me to get a Switch 2 is if they release a Ocarina of Time special edition Switch 2 when the remake comes out. I may do that.
It's just funny that there's a Doom Dark Ages DLC, a Halo 1 remaster, and then finally a Splatoon game that's made specifically for single player, and it's the Splatoon game that's considered the best one that month.
That's probably true. That yeah.
I mean, Dark Ages. At least Dark Ages DLC actually gives it some competition.
Yeah, it's like who would have had Splatoon Raiders being like one of the biggest upsets. He's being a pet.
Doggo is mad you're not petting him.
He's being a pest.
We have been doing this for about 3 hours.
Yeah. Get out of my headphone cord, doofus. All right. Let's see here.
I've been hearing him whine all night.
Yeah, I think he's like, hey, come on, feed me. It's like, oh, you get enough food. I'll feed you when we're done. All right. Well, let's wrap up here with a couple of more things. So last couple things I got to talk about is a few more retro achievement stuff. One of them I put in air quotes because there are no retro achievements, but I played through it while I was on my trip because I had very little access to the internet. And so I had my Switch with me, and I played through something that doesn't have achievements. So I just wanted to mention I played through Metroid Dread again because that game is great. And so I played through that while I was on my trip away in Peru, and I didn't have to worry about any internet connectivity or anything. It just I had no achievements, but I did play through Metroid Dread again, and I wrote my review for it as well. I don't like writing a review for a game when I haven't played it for a long time. So I wrote my review for Metroid Dread, which you could read on Game Shelf. And I don't review many games, but that's because I put a lot of thought and into my reviews. So most of my reviews are like thousands of words. I think I've written like 8 so far. And so I make them very thorough. And I really, let me pull it up here real quick because I want to see what I gave it. Come on. Dread. I gave it a 9 out of 10. But yeah, if you want to read my full review on Metroid Dread, you can go and see it on Game Shelf. And I point out all the pros and cons, and I really like it. It is probably my second favorite 2D Metroid behind Zero Mission. So played through Zero Mission again. It's just, eventually it'll get retro achievements, but who knows how many decades that'll be from now. For actual retro achievements, I did, as I mentioned earlier, I did finish Donkey Kong Country Returns, so I already talked about that earlier, but I did finish getting the last few achievements to beat the game a few days before the event ended. So I got some more retro achievements for Donkey Kong Country Returns in July. And the other thing is, as I mentioned earlier, I skated in just under the wire to get enough points. So when I beat Donkey Kong Country Returns, I think I had... I had 13 points. And I'm like, I'm getting at least a bronze medal. So I needed 2 more points. I had like a day or 2 left. So I did play. No, I think I had about 3 days left. And so I played one game that I thought was going to be quick and easy. And it was just a short game, but it's difficult. And that was actually the Contra game on Wii, which was Contra. Shoot, what was it called? I just Contra Rebirth. That's what it was. So
I played the Rebirth series. There was 3 of those.
Oh, I did not know that.
There was Castlevania Rebirth, Adventure Rebirth.
Oh, yes, I knew about that.
Contra Rebirth and Gradius Rebirth.
Oh, I thought you meant there were 3 Contra games.
No, 3 Rebirth games.
Rebirth games. Okay, I did know about the Castlevania one. I did not know about the Gradius.
And they were all WiiWare.
Oh, okay. So, I actually played Contra on my Metroid here because that's a perfect, little 2D run and gun, perfect for this rather than having to sit at my computer and play it. I was like, I'll be able to play it in more places, so it'll give me a little more time. So I don't have to be sitting here at my desk to get those achievements. So it's only 6 levels. But oh my God, level 3 on Contra Rebirth is like stupid hard because it's like twice as hard as any of the other levels. Fortunately, it's very forgiving in the like if you run out alive, it has the 1-hit kill thing like most Contra games, and you only have a couple of lives. So it's difficult like that. But the thing that's nice is there are a couple of checkpoints throughout the levels, and it doesn't tell you you've hit a checkpoint or anything. It's just once you run out of lives, instead of having to start at the beginning of the level, you can start at the checkpoint, and you have unlimited retries essentially. So, but most of the levels have a checkpoint right before the final boss of the level, except level 3. There's only one checkpoint, and it's halfway through the level, and the second half of that level is stupid hard. So it took me. It took me longer than the entire rest of the game combined, plus like another 50% just to beat level 3. Once I beat level 3, I beat levels 4, 5, and 6 within like probably like another hour. But I probably spent like 8 hours. I don't know about 8 hours, but I probably spent like 6 hours just on level 3 because level 3 was the checkpoint system was so freaking stupid, and the enemies on that second half of the level were freaking retarded. So level 3 was garbage just because of the checkpointing. If it wasn't for if it had a checkpoint before the final boss of the level, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as bad. But because all the other levels have a checkpoint before the final boss of that level, but level 3 does not, it really pissed me off. So I was getting worried. I was like, maybe I won't be able to beat this game. And I was like, if this is only level 3, what are the rest of the levels going to be like? But fortunately, levels 4, 5, and 6 were about on par with levels 1 and 2, which aren't easy, but because of the checkpointing system, it's way easier than like NES Contra, because when you run out of lives, you can start the whole game over again. You can't just restart the last level. So overall, I liked it with the exception of that. If they just had a checkpoint at the end of level 3 before the final boss, it would have made the game balance correctly with all the rest of the levels. But I did beat it. So I got a point there. And then with like probably about 24 hours left, I'm like, I need one more point. And I already knew which one it was going to be because it was one of the ones that I dived when I started the event. And this is one that I played way back in the day. And that was Ghost Squad, which is a on rails light gun shooter. And
so no shovelware.
I wouldn't call it shovelware.
I said no shovelware.
Oh, no, yes. I did not play any shovelware. I did consider it. But I was like, no, I'll just be fine with the bronze medal. That's fine. And just no shovelware.
Come on, you should have done the learning with the Puyus.
Those were the 3, but like most, when they put out the stats after the event ended, those were like the 3 most completed games were those Puyu games. But yeah, I didn't do any shovelware. But Ghost Squad only has 3 levels, and it takes like less than an hour to complete all 3 of them. That's all you need to do to get the story completion. There's a lot more to it in order to get the full completion. Pull it up here. There are 74. Yeah, for the mastery, there are 74 achievements, and I have 5 of them. Contra Rebirth, there are 31 achievements, and I have 6 of them. So let me give you a quick little rundown. There's an achievement just for beating each level on normal difficulty, and then there's an achievement for beating each level without dying. So you got to get really good at each level. Fortunately, on those ones, there is a debug menu, so you can go straight to the level you need to, so you don't have to play through the game to get to the level you want every time. Whereas the achievements for beating each level on normal, it doesn't say it, but you can't use the debug menu. So you can't save though. Like you can keep retrying as many times as you want from the last checkpoint, but if you turn it off, you got to start the game over from the beginning. So, like I said, I spent so much time on level 3, and when I turned it off, I had to start the game over again. Fortunately, I was already pretty good at levels 1 and 2, so it didn't take long to get back to level 3. But it was annoying that I couldn't get the achievement for 3 because I used the debug menu to jump back to level 3, and then I finally beat it. But I didn't get the achievement because I used the debug menu, even though the achievement doesn't specify you can't use the debug menu. So it should say no debug menu, or it should just let you use the debug menu as long as you start from the first checkpoint in the game, because you can pick which checkpoint you start from.
Mhm.
So as long as you start from the first checkpoint, you should be able to just jump back to the level you want and continue where you left off. But no, so that was kind of annoying. But there is also a bunch of achievements for beating certain levels or sections of levels in under certain time limits. And they're like, beat the section in 10 seconds, beat the section in 20 seconds, 17 seconds. So they're really, really strict time limits. So I haven't even bothered trying to get any of those ones. And then the other set of achievements is finish each level on nightmare difficulty with the default settings. And this one specifies you can use the debug menu as long as you start at level start. Why doesn't it allow that for the just beating the game levels at the your first time through? It allows it for the nightmare mode. Why doesn't it allow it for the normal mode? That's freaking stupid. Everything allows the debug menu except for just beating the game. Why can't you have some consistency and just allow the debug menu for every achievement as long as you start from the beginning of the level? Really freaking dumb. But yeah, beating the game, each of the levels on nightmare difficulty with the default settings, essentially, which I haven't even played it on nightmare difficulty. And then beat the game on hard difficulty with default settings, and then beat the game without using continue. So I did beat all 6 levels, and those are the only 6 achievements I got, was the one for beating each of the 6 levels. So I doubt I'll get many more of these achievements because it's a tough game. So however, the other game, Ghost Squad, is a light on rails light gun shooter, which is sadly a genre that doesn't really exist anymore. Those were fun games, but there's an achievement just for beating each stage, and just by beating all 3 stages, you'll get the story completion. The annoying thing is that you have to beat them all 3 in one session, and not necessarily one session, but yeah, essentially one session, because I think I backed out. Oh, if you don't beat all 3 stages and you back out to the menu, you go back into your campaign, it doesn't save unless you beat all 3. So if you beat the first 2 and then back out and come back to play the game later, you'll start back with no progress, which is annoying because if you don't sit through all 3 levels, you can't save your progress. You should be able to save after every single level, because you have to play through this game a crap load of times in order to get all the achievements. So the fact that you can't save until you've completed all 3 levels each time is really dumb. You should be able to save after each one, so you don't have to play through the whole game just to save your progress. So that was my biggest gripe about this one. But I did get 2 additional achievements. One is for in the arcade mode, completing a run using the XM2119 on normal or higher. Now, I think I got that one on the second try. That one was not difficult. Oh, no, sorry. That is, arcade mode is just the base mode. There are a couple other game modes you unlock, but I haven't played any of them. But when you first play through the game, that's the only gun you have. So you'll automatically get that achievement just by beating all 3 levels. But as you do multiple replays, you'll unlock more guns. And there's an achievement for beating the entire game, which is just beating all 3 levels using only that gun. And there's I don't know, 10 or 15 guns. So each one of those guns has an achievement for beating the levels. So it's easy. It's just there's a lot of replaying this game to get all the achievements. So the only other achievement I got is there's a training mode, which is just a short little room that you go through, and you have 60 seconds to do it. And you just complete it on level 1, and every time you beat it, it unlocks like level 2 difficulty, level 3 difficulty. And I think it goes like all the way up to like level 12 difficulty or level 16 or something. So I did beat it once, and I got that achievement. But there is an achievement for each of the 3 levels for beating it on difficulty 4, 8, 12, and 16. So you have to beat it on 1 to get to 2, beat it on 2 to get to 3, but you can't just do that level over and over again. You have to do all 3 levels. So when you beat all 3 levels on level 1, you can then next time you'll play all 3 levels on level 2, or you don't have to. You can still play on level 1 if you want to, but if you want to progress the achievements, you have to, next time you'll play through all 3 levels on level 2, and then level 3, and then when you beat it on level 4, you'll get the level 4 achievement, and then so on for levels 8, 12, and 16. So, like I said, a lot of I don't know how difficult it actually is as the level difficulty increases, but if you just keep playing through it, you'll probably get all these achievements. There is complete each of the missions on normal at levels. Clear mission 1, clear mission 2, clear mission 3 at levels 4, 8, 12, and 16. So that's like 12 achievements right there. And then there's complete mission, each of the 3 missions at level 4 without using continue. There's the same thing for level 2 at level 8, and then level 3 at levels 4, 8, 12, and 16. So a lot of like redundant achievements. So you just gotta keep playing through it. And then, like I said, there's a bunch of achievements for beating the game with all these different weapons. And then there's also a bunch of achievements for certain scores. Oh, and as you play through, you have an overall level that increases. So just by playing through, there's an achievement for reaching level 99. So there's one for level 10, 25, 50, and 99. So just playing the game over and over again, you'll eventually hit it. It's just, grindy. And yeah, all the ones for beating the game on with each of the weapons. And then there's a bunch of costumes you unlock. And there's also an achievement for basically beating the game with each one of these costumes. But I don't know at what point they unlock, but you could combine those with the weapon achievement. So you could get the weapon and the costume achievement at the same time. I just don't know at what points you unlock those guns, at what levels, and at what levels you unlock the costumes. So you may or may not be able to unlock them at the same time. But if you had them unlocked, you could get both, a gun achievement and a costume achievement at the same time. But you may unlock this gun when you at level 5, and then you may unlock the costume at like level 10. In order to get to level 10, you have to play through the game a couple more times. So that's where I don't know about that. And then there's a party mode and training mode that have a couple of achievements tied to them. So I don't know how, like I said, I don't know how difficult it gets as the difficulty increases. But if it's not too bad of a difficulty increase, it's probably not that difficult to actually master this game. It's just there's a lot of replayability, or just replaying the game over and over again, because the 428 people have beaten the game, and the average time is 58 minutes. 11 people have mastered it, and it's 18 hours. So it's just a lot of replaying the game. So I do plan to go and do more of this somewhere down the line, and at least get some of these, beat the levels 1, 2, and 3 at level 4 and level 8, and we'll see, about levels 12 and 16. Just depends on how difficult they get. The one thing that was really annoying, though, is, like I said, you can't actually save your progress until you beat all 3 levels. And there are like fail states in at least I hit a fail state in level 2, and at the end of level 2 and at level 3. And because of that, I couldn't progress, and you can't replay the level. So if you hit the fail state, then you have to just start over from your last save, because you can't save because you didn't beat all 3 levels. So it's like stupid, horrible design. It's like, let me at least save the progress of the level I beat. But no, I beat level 1 and I hit a fail state at the end of level 2. And now I have to back out and do level 1 over again. Although you can pick, you don't have to beat level 1 to beat level 2. You can pick any of the 3 at any time. But you can't save your progress until you've beaten all 3 of them. So I beat level 1, and then I got a fail state in level 2. So I had to start over again. And I did start with level 1 because I wanted to get the achievement for completing all 3 levels with the gun, that one gun. And if you have to do all 3 of them in one playthrough. So because I did levels 1 and 2, or I I think I did level. I started. Oh, when I started over, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna do level 2, and to make sure I beat that one first because that one is a little more difficult because of the fail state, and it's because it gives you like 1 second to shoot this guy in the head, and if you don't shoot him in the head, you fail. And so I missed his head. I hit him, but didn't get him in the head, and so I failed state. So I did that level over again, and I made
Sounds
sure
like Mile High Club and Call of Duty 4.
it's very much like that because the second level on Ghost Squad takes place on Air Force One. But so I was like, okay, I'm going to do level 2 first, and then I'm going to do level 3, and then when I beat level 3, I'll go back. I beat levels 2 and 3, having already beaten level 1, and I didn't get the achievement because I didn't do all 3 of them in one go. But I did level 3, and I got a fail state at the end of level 3, and so I had to then start over from scratch and do levels 1, 2, and 3 all over again. So
Oof.
if I could save my progress for each level, my level 1 would have been already at level 3 before my level 3 was at level 2, if that makes sense. But you can't progress until you beat all 3 levels and then save. So the save system in the game is freaking stupid. But it's a fun light gun shooter. It's very short, but if in order to get all the achievements, it's just a lot of playing it over and over and over again. So, but I did, I beat it and got my 15th point. So I got the bronze medal for the Wii launch event. So
such a wimpy score.
It is.
Couldn't even go for 35.
So, and then a couple other things real quickly, also for retro achievements is that I don't think you've mentioned this, but I don't think you touched it yet. But also, Super Metroid got a set revision, and it got added. A few more achievements were added to it. So I did do another playthrough of Super Metroid, and I got. Let me pull it up here because I think there was originally 56 achievements, and I'm pretty sure I had 52. There was only like 4 achievements I didn't have. There are now 69 achievements, and I have 60 of them. So I got about 8 of the new achievements. There are still a few that I have to go back and get. So most of them weren't too bad. One of them was there was like 3 of them there's like 3 or 4.
I have fixed 56 right now, so they had 13.
You have okay. So I was
right. I haven't gone back and actually played the new ones.
Okay, yeah. So you haven't played it. You had mastered it and you had all 56.
Yes.
Yeah. So I am pretty sure I had 52 of them because I was like, I'm almost positive there were only 4 that I was missing. So I have 60 of the 69 now. They added achievements for basically like each of the regions for basically visiting all this special rooms, which are basically the save rooms, the map rooms, the rooms that contain your items. So as long as you're being thorough and visiting all of those rooms, you'll automatically get all of those achievements. There are a couple sequence break achievements which I haven't done. Oh, I did one of them on accident because it's just the way I always play, and one of them is not the room that you start the game in, but when you first land on the planet at the beginning of the game, above and to the right of your ship, there's a room that has a power bomb in it. And you're supposed to get it after you get the space jump, but you can easily get up there with the shine spark once you have the speed booster. And so I always go up there anyways, since I have the speed booster and I get it. And there's an achievement for getting that before you get the space jump. So I basically got that one by accident for sequence breaking. But there was a couple other sequence break achievements that I do need to go back and get. I just haven't done it, and I don't know how to do it. Like
I think I've gotten the power bomb even before Kraid before.
So one of them is defeat Kraid before getting the high jump boot. So I haven't looked into how to do that one yet.
That one you just gotta do a well-timed wall jump.
Wall jump. Okay,
It's not that difficult.
There is an achievement for obtaining your super missile before you beat Spore Spawn. So I don't know how to do that one. I'll have to look into that. And then the most annoying one probably is getting like very early in the game, there's a energy tank that's
I like the first comment on that one for the obtain the super missile before defeating Spore Spawn.
Oh yeah.
Great idea. The first comment is great idea for Achivo. It gives people something to complain about other than Professional Escape.
I remember reading that one. Professional Escape is the one I think for at the end. Is that the one at the end of the game for escaping under a certain time limit, or the one at the beginning of the game?
I think it's the one at the end.
At the end, okay. Oh yeah, Professional Escape Planet Zebes with at least 2 minutes remaining, and then there's also one for 1.5 minutes, and I haven't done either of those. But that was in the original set; those weren't added. But there is a energy tank in the ceiling very early in the game, and you're supposed to get it after you get the high jump boots. But there's an achievement for getting it before the high jump boots, and the way you do that is by just bomb jumping up, and it's a real gigantic pain in the butt. I probably spent like 20 minutes trying to get it, and I was like, I give up, because bomb jumping in Super Metroid is, even though you have 4 bombs compared to the usual 3 in a lot of other ones, it's more difficult in my opinion. So, and then there is that the only? I feel like there's one more that I'm missing that was just added. Oh, that's what. No, the one for getting the super missile before the spore spawn. That one actually requires a glitch. So I'm not a fan of that, because typically game achievements that require glitches to get are relegated to a subset. This is the second game I know that has it in the main set. I'm not a fan of that. I don't think this achievement should be in it, because you have to do the mock ball, which I don't know how to do. I just know it's a glitch. And
someone actually does in the comments actually show it, and they actually even, I think they linked to a YouTube that video that probably explains it.
So I haven't looked into it. I just heard that it's a glitch, so I don't like glitches being in the main set. Link's Awakening is another one that, or not Link's Awakening, Link to the Past has one as well. So I'm not a fan of that.
About Crystal Land, I think I've seen some people say the only time that they allow glitches is if it's significant in the pop culture and around the game, and if they're not too hard to perform.
Yeah, I was not a fan of it on principle, but hopefully it's not too difficult. I haven't really looked into what it requires. I just know that it requires a glitch, so not really a fan of it.
I mean, at the very least, it's not a hard thing to reattempt each time, because like you didn't do it right time. It takes like 10 seconds to get back into place.
Okay.
So it's not like the Professional Escape where you have to go through a boss fight before you try it every time.
Okay, that's not too bad. So it shouldn't be that bad. It's just I just don't like glitches being in the main set. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure Professional Escape is going to be it's still going to be the hardest achievement in the game.
Probably. Oh, one of the other ones that I did get was defeating Dragon without using any tricks, because you can use the grapple beam to basically instantly kill him. So as long as you don't do that, you'll get that achievement. So that one's not too bad. The other ones that are they added was there was a couple achievements for defeating certain enemies using only a certain where is it? Oh, no. Where is it? There it is. Defeat Phantoon using only super missiles. And I got that on the first try, but I think I had like 1 super missile left. It was really close, down to the wire. And then there was also one for where did that other one go? I had to do, there it is. Nope. I still missed it. Had something to do with the golden Chozo statue that you fight, and only using, I think it was missiles and super missiles. And similarly with that one, I had like a small handful of missiles left. So because he can also bat the missiles away. So first off, you have to hope you have enough missiles, and you have to be precise with your shots so you don't waste too many of them. But I did get that one on the first try, but it was very close. I almost ran out. Although it's easy, you just load up your save and try again. But they did that one, and there was a couple of another easy ones. There was in this one room, there's this little enemy that goes back and forth and kind of follows you, but it can't reach you. So you just have to, once you have the plasma beam or whatever the one it is that allows you to shoot through the ceiling, you can kill that enemy, and there's an achievement for that. And then the last one that they added that's super easy is in the wrecked ship. There's one missile container that is really easy to get before you power it up. It's still easy to get after you power it up. It's just you have to. It takes longer because there's like moving platforms. So, but you have to get this missile upgrade after you turn the power back on. So it's easy to do. Just make sure you don't get the missile container until after the power is back on, and you'll get that one. So most of the achievements are not too bad. So
I think the worst one out of the new set is probably that Steadfast Collector.
Which
finish the game with the best ending and obtaining 100% of the items.
Oh, that's a new one. I thought that was
Yes,
no,
that's a
I
new
thought
one.
that was an original one. Oh, okay, so that's beat the game with 100% in under 3 hours, I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, one of the guys in the. I mean, to be honest, I'm pretty sure the real speed run for that is probably like under an hour and a half. So there's plenty of room for normal people to get it.
Still, but
Actually, let me
anyways,
look at that.
we're gonna
Let
go
me
look
just
at
look at
like
the time
the
on that.
record. So, but yeah, I had to play through Super Metroid again. It was great. I have a bit of a hot take in that I don't think Super Metroid is as good as everyone says it is, even though Metroid is my second favorite franchise of all time. It's a good game. It's just not great. It could.
100% the fastest speed run is hour 12.
Jeez.
So that should tell you how much time you got to get that. You got plenty of time to be able to get it in 3 hours.
Yeah, we'll see. For us for us mere mortals, that's not quite as easy as it sounds. But I've never actually watched one of those speed runs, so maybe it's not that bad. But anyways, so did a speed run, not speed run.
I mean, for a lot of those speed runs, you can also still use most of the tricks that they use.
Yeah. It's just like they're super precise
and also some of the new achievements that they added in are some of the tricks that they do.
So, but yeah, and then the last thing I have to talk about for tonight is I mentioned it earlier, but I skipped through a couple of Mario games, and I did start playing Super Mario World, and I was looking forward to playing that one again. So I have not made terrible amount of progress. There's 89 achievements. I currently have 16 of them, and there are. Let's see, what was the last progress I made? My last one was defeating Castle 5. So I'm a little over halfway, but there's a lot of secrets and stuff in the game. So, but yeah, so that is the other thing I'm kind of slowly working on as well. And again, I'm playing that right here on my Metroid. And yeah, played a little bit of Super Metroid and Super Mario. Both have the SM as their initials. So, yeah, so that is everything that I played since our last Achievement Chasers. So,
gotcha.
Do you have anything else that
I've got
you
one
mentioned?
more.
All right, go ahead and finish this
and
off.
It's the one. It's the one I'm currently playing on stream.
Okay, the sequel to what we talked about earlier, or you talked about earlier.
Yep. So I finished up Super Mario Galaxy on stream, and then I did Star Fox 64, and then I moved on to this game, which was Super Mario Galaxy 2. And I've actually been enjoying this one a lot more than Super Mario Galaxy.
Okay.
I just think the worlds are just better put together.
So let's see here.
And more interesting.
So Mario Galaxy 2 actually has quite a few less achievements. It only has 100 achievements.
I think it's because they only put one challenge achievement per level.
Okay. So you're already halfway there. You're at 50 of 100.
Yep, literally halfway there.
Yeah. But this is, like you said, you're doing this only on stream.
Yes, and I'll be continuing this on tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, okay. Mario Galaxy 1 required 2 playthroughs because you had to do Mario and Luigi, right?
Yes.
Does this one have something similar, or can you do all in one?
But what happens is whenever you get every star, there's now three new stars in every level that you have to go find that are called green stars. And once you find all of those, you'll unlock the real final level, which is actually a final level, unlike Super Mario Galaxy 1.
Okay, and you basically have to get all the green stars in each galaxy in order to unlock the final level in that galaxy before you move on to the next one.
No, it's just that that last level that gets unlocked with all the green stars is the last level. Is the last secret level.
Oh, the last.
So you don't start getting green stars until you've gotten all the regular stars.
Oh, okay. So you have to get all of the regular stars, and then you get the greens. Then you can go find the green stars. Once you get all the green stars, you unlock the final level. Is that right?
And there's 2 stars in that level, and once you get those 2 stars, then you've done the 100% of the game. But
Okay.
there is still a couple of other achievements that they put in there other than the challenges.
Okay.
They decided to put in some speedrun achievements.
Okay.
Where you have to beat the first level of every galaxy in each world, and it has to be under a cumulative time with all the levels in that world.
Oh, okay. I see those here. So, uh, it's like cumulative. So, like, your combined time of all the levels in that galaxy essentially have to be under a certain time.
Yes, under 12 minutes for the first world.
Okay. Yeah, it's different.
But it doesn't include the final galaxy of each world. So the boss level, pretty much the Bowser Jr. and Bowser levels are not required.
They don't count those, but okay. But yeah, it looks like it ranges from about 10 minutes to 15 minutes between the different galaxies.
Yep. I'll just have to look up some speedrun guides for those.
Yeah, it looks like there's quite a variety of different types of achievements in this game as well.
Yeah, because there's a specific achievement for each of the each galaxy.
So yeah, I've got one for collecting like all the stars, all the green stars.
Well, those are still basic ones.
Your time-based achievements, some variety achievements for welcoming passengers. And then yeah, it looks like there's like each.
And I have been keeping up with the challenge achievements on my guides channel.
Okay.
So that whenever I'm finally caught up with all the other ones, I'm still keeping up with this one as well.
So, do you think that once, like, I'm assuming you're like doing 100% of everything before you move on, like, to the next level or the next world. So once you
trying to, yeah,
beat the final boss at the final end of the game, you'll have all the achievements. You won't have to go back and do anything.
No, there's still plenty to do after you beat the final boss because of the way this game works.
Okay.
Because you have to beat the final boss before you even unlock the green stars.
Oh, okay. I thought the boss was the one you reach by collecting all the green stars.
No, there's like a super level that doesn't have a boss in it.
Gotcha. Okay. So there is a bunch of like post-game epilogue type stuff to do.
Yes.
Which is the green stars.
Yep. And then the Grandmaster Galaxy.
Is that the one you unlock by getting all the green stars?
Yes.
Okay. So there are it says the average time to beat the game is 15 hours and then master the game is 56 hours. But beat the game is probably before you get the green stars. Is that right?
Yeah, well, beating the game is just beating Bowser, so you don't even have to get all 120 stars.
Oh, okay. So your beating the game will probably be longer than the 15 hours, be my guess, since you're kind of doing everything as you get there.
I'm slowly going through the entire game in a way where I'm not having to go back to the galaxy unless a comet comes on that galaxy.
And what does that mean?
It pretty much there's one star on most of the galaxies. There's one star that's tied to a comet, prankster comet, which is similar to what Galaxy 1 did. And pretty much it's one of the only reasons why you go back to a galaxy is because usually the prankster comet adds a condition to a stage, like, oh, now you have to collect all these coins within a time limit, or you have to beat the level under a time limit, or beat the boss without getting with only 1 health. Stuff like that.
Yeah, difficulty modifiers.
Yep.
Okay. So, you're halfway on the achievements. You're probably not halfway on the time yet, I would assume.
I'm probably like a third of the way through. Fourth of the third.
How many streams have you done on Galaxy 2 so far?
Let me check. I'm still in that folder. Just give it a moment because it's on my NAS. So it just takes a moment to.
Yeah, no worries. While looking at this, I see that there is a ROM hack for it called
6.
Super Mario Galaxy 63, and
I've done 6 streams so far.
Done 6 streams so far. Okay, so there is a Super Mario Galaxy 2 ROM hack called Super Mario Galaxy 63, and someone's working on the achievement set for that. Would you be interested in playing that?
I don't think so because I've already gone through Galaxy 1 and now I'm going through Galaxy 2. I think I'm going to be Galaxied out.
So, and you're not big on ROM hacks to begin with.
No. The first one I'll play is Pokemon Clover.
And that's probably not going to happen.
It might happen, but only just because of a protest of it being removed.
Yeah. So, all right.
And when I master it, it's gonna go to the top of my badge set.
Oh, can you order those manually?
Yes.
They've just shown up in the order that I've beaten them. I haven't even looked to see.
Yeah,
if
just go to the
them.
website, and then whenever you hover over your profile, it's literally right there at the bottom. Reorder or site awards.
Oh, I never noticed that. Oh, cool. I learned something new.
That's why mine are in this. That's why mine are in the order that they are. If you notice, I go NES, Super Nintendo.
Oh,
I
they're
go by
ordered by
I go by
console.
platform, but on the platform I go alphabetically
within. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But I go NES, Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube, then Wii. Then I go to Genesis, Saturn, and Dreamcast. Then I go PS1, PS2. Then I go with the handhelds in similar order.
Okay. Yeah, I never. I was like, mine are showing up in the order that I beat them, but like, is that for the same for everyone? I mean, like by default they do, but I didn't know that you could manually order them. You could even hide some of them if you wanted to.
You can also now change what the badge looks like on your profile.
Ah, it's like, what is this little arrow icon? Yeah, change display badge. I don't know.
That was something that was recently added like a month or two ago.
Oh, cool. So you can pick which little art badge you want.
Yeah, because some people don't like the standardized for some of them. And some of them, it was like such a small change, it wasn't even that big of a deal. Like you could only tell the difference if you actually blew it up by a lot.
Yeah, cool. I'll have to see about going and messing around with that.
Yeah, like look at the Donkey Kong Country ones. There's like very little difference between the three, or there's actually 4 of them.
How do I look at those if I don't have those badges?
You can't really look at them until you get the badge.
The ones that I have the option to change the badges for are Metroid Prime, Samus Goes to the Fridge to Get a Glass of Milk, Link's Awakening, and Metroid 2. I like the current one on Link's Awakening. And I like, the Metroid 2 one is very subtle, but I do like the current one a little better. The color is a little nicer. But all right, so let's see here. So the last achievement you got in Galaxy 2 was complete every galaxy in World 3. So, and you the other thing I was going to ask is how many stars? So you did get the achievement for collecting 70 stars so far. So
I'm like, I think I'm close to 80 now.
There is, let's see here. These are my achievements.
Oh wait, yeah, you can actually look at them. Most recently played, I'm at 78 stars.
Oh, nice. And let's see here. I was looking for there they are. So there's an achievement for 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Why is there 20? They go by 20s, but then there's an achievement for 70 stars.
I think it's because 70 is the one where it is the last one you need.
Oh, okay.
And like how in Super Mario 64 you need 70 stars to go up the endless staircase.
Okay, that makes sense. So, and then there is that 100? Yeah, 120. I was like, that's not 720, right?
No.
Yeah, 120. So, okay. So, all right. Well, I guess with that, we'll go ahead and wrap it up here for tonight. So,
I think the only thing I'll talk about with the Galaxy 2 is that there were a couple of pain in the butt achievements because
there was anything you want to mention about those first.
The ones that were the pain in the butt were the ones that you had to do a speed run, and you had to get all coins in that run. So it was a coin collector on a speed run.
A speed running coin collector achievement. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a lot of fun.
And it was not. Neither of them were fun.
So you've got you've got a couple of those already, but I'm assuming there are probably more.
There might be more. I haven't really looked. I've been just kind of scanning over them, but I only look at them directly whenever I actually get to that galaxy.
Okay. So, and let's see here. There is a subset. Is a coin collector? It's a time attack.
Yep. That one's a bit more stricter on the times than the main set.
The first one on here is collect every star in Sky Station Galaxy with a cumulative best time of 5 minutes and 20 seconds. That sounds really difficult.
From what I've heard, it seems like it.
which is why it's a subset.
Yep.
Not all subsets are difficult, but usually they are.
Yeah, like the Final Fantasy 1 for NES is not difficult.
It's just play the game a million times.
It is the 126 combinations challenge. So play through it 126 times.
Yeah. Not difficult, just ridiculously time consuming.
Yep. Like I might every now and then just play through it real quick just to get another run out of the way. I'm not going to grind all of them all at once.
Yeah. Grind yourself to death. Speaking of subsets, I forgot I wanted to mention about this when I was talking about Super Metroid, because while I was doing another playthrough of Super Metroid, I accidentally unlocked one of the bonus subset achievements, and I don't even know how I did it. And that is, it's called "Look at My Blue Suit," and in the it says perform a 4-tap short charge with the speed booster. I got that when I was doing the Shine Spark to get up to that power bomb above the landing site, and I have no idea what I did to get that achievement. So I got that 10.
Luckily those the subsets don't count against your percentage.
Right. So because they used to, and if they used to, I would have deleted that one off my profile. But now that they don't count, I was like, that's fine. I'll leave it on there. I just have no idea what I did to get that achievement. I did it by accident. But yeah, some of these other ones in Super Metroid is like defeat Bot Moon in less than 8 seconds. And without the plasma beams. Like, how the heck do you do that?
Be an absolute master at the game.
Yeah.
Defeat Crocomire with a single shot.
I think that one is pretty easy. You just have to like sequence break to get a certain ability before you're supposed to. From what I read in the description on that one. But yeah, there's a bunch of like ridiculous achievements.
Oh, one of the achievements is completionist. Beat the game with 100% items collected in less than 1 hour and 15 minutes. So you have to get within a couple minutes of this.
3 minutes of the world record.
Yes.
That is ridiculous. So yeah. Some of those subsets are insane. Like, a good example is there's a subset for Mega Man Powered Up, which I talked about a lot last year. The subset is for beating, as I mentioned, every level has easy, normal, and hard, and they don't stack. And there's also an achievement for beating every level on every difficulty with all like 13 characters. That's one subset, which is the one I actually started playing. And then the other subset is for doing the exact same thing, but beating each level on each difficulty with each character without taking damage. The whole level. I actually have 72 of those achievements.
Nice.
But there's like 480. So I only have like, I don't know, like 20% or less or something like that. After
That's still more than most people.
Yeah. But those are the reasons why my overall retro achievement ratio it used to be at like 7 point something, but it's dropped a bunch. But it's at 5.9 right now, and it's mainly because of the Mega Man Powered Up subset.
Meanwhile, I think mine's pretty high. My retro ratio, where is it? Oh wait, no, yours is actually higher than mine. I'm a 4.28. But it probably doesn't help that I played some of those shovelware games on Wii.
Oh, that's true. Why is it not filtering? There we go.
Not every game I play on Retro Achievements is super difficult.
Yeah, so the Mega Man Powered Up the no damage subset has 480 achievements, and I have 74 of them. And the overall ratio for the whole set is 106. And there are people who have mastered the set and have all those achievements. There are 6 people. The mastery is 193 hours. Jeez. I will never.
I think the real mastery is doing all 326 paths for Shadow the Hedgehog.
I don't know that one.
Pretty much Shadow the Hedgehog is one of those games where every level you can go one of two ways.
Oh, and basically doing every combination?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that'd be nuts. Is there a subset for that?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I'll have to tell Lois
over 300. It's over 300 playthroughs.
I'm going to tell Lois about that on Chatisfactory tomorrow because he is a fan of that game.
I don't know if anyone's actually a master of that set or not, but I know a couple of the people that I watch that talk retro achievements. They do streams of that.
Okay, I'm going to pull it up. Do you know, is that on the GameCube version or is that on the PS2 version?
Hold on, give me a moment.
I'm gonna search. I'm looking.
It's on both versions.
Oh, they both have one.
Yes.
I'm looking at the PS2 version right now.
I'm gonna look at the GameCube
326 endings, and there are 30 masteries at 263 hours is the average.
There's 22 masters on the GameCube version.
And what's the mastery time?
192 hours.
Oh, so quicker on the GameCube, but it's probably because people have already. I wonder if it's the same people who already did it on PS2.
Probably.
I didn't get enough of Shadow the Hedgehog. Let's play for another 200 hours.
Sheesh, they're worse than Warriors fans. At least with them, they get new gameplay.
New characters. So, all right. Anything else you wanted to mention on Mario Galaxy 2?
Nope, just going to continue streaming it and hopefully finish it before the next retro achievements or achievement chasers.
So, all right. So we'll go ahead and finish up tonight. So as mentioned, Dude will be continuing his streaming of Mario Galaxy 2 tomorrow night.
Yes.
All right. And continuing Mario Galaxy 2. And what time do you usually do that?
7 p.m. Eastern time.
7 Eastern. All right. Anything
I
else?
usually end around 10.
Do about 3 hours. All right. Anything else got coming up that you want to mention?
Unless we're doing another Halo stream. No.
The reason why it's been taking 3 years to get through all the games is mainly because of me. Because basically the only time we do it is on Sundays, and I rarely have Sundays available. So it's like I'll message our Discord chat with the 4 of us and be like, hey, I'll have this Sunday available. And usually we do it, but then there's been a few times where Paul either backs out last minute or it's like
because he had a nephew's birthday party or something like that.
Yeah, or his mom's birthday or something like that. So, but yeah, it's mainly my fault because it takes forever. But I'm like, hey, we could find another night to do it, but everyone's like, we're not in any rush, so we kind of just do it on the rare occasion.
I think it's more that Paul can't do it on the weeknights.
Yeah, probably. So, our no idea when our next our continuation of Halo Infinite will be. But I will let you guys know. I will let you know as soon as I know when I'm going to have a Sunday free. So, as for myself, I will be live again in the morning with Lowest Expectations as we possibly finish and getting me all the achievements in Satisfactory. And if not, we'll probably finish it next week. But either way, I'll be able to talk a little bit more about that on next Achievement Chasers. And hopefully I'll be able to say I have all the achievements in Satisfactory. And then I'll be live again on Monday night with Metroidvania Monday. As I mentioned, I don't know what I'm going to be playing next, but it's probably going to be either Guns of Fury or Yoku's Island Express is most likely the two that I'm kind of trying to figure out what I'm going to do next. And as of right now, the only other thing I have scheduled for next week is open mic next Thursday night with Hadriel, who has been on Party Chat before, but this will be a first time on open mic.
No top 5 yet.
If I could talk to Jason, I was hoping to do a top 5 this week, but I'm like, hey, let's chat. He's like, yeah, okay. And then he's like, hey, I'm able to chat. It's like, I'm not able to chat. And I'm like, all right, hey, I'm able to chat. He's not able to chat. So we've been playing phone tag for freaking weeks. So it will be returning. I'm hoping that it'll be returning this month. It's just I can't connect with him to figure out what's going on. So I may or may not do a retro rewind, or actually, if I'm able to stream on Wednesday night, because one of my family members is in from out of town next week, and I don't know what we're gonna get together probably on Tuesday or Wednesday night. I'm just not sure which. So whichever night we don't. Which I'll probably continue my Subnautica 2. I just thought of that right now because I haven't finished the Subnautica 2 early access story mode section yet. And I think I'm really close. So I want to get that done. So I'll probably do a Subnautica stream rather than starting a retro rewind on Wednesday on a new game because the week after that, Dude and I are bringing back Dude Souls. So I will be starting Dark Souls 2 the plan is on the 19th. Because somebody, no names mentioned, Eldritch, gifted me Dark Souls 2 and took me up on my offer that if someone gifted it to me on Xbox, I will continue the Dude Soul suffering. So shout out to Eldridge. He gifted it to me. So I messaged him the other day after we figured out when we're going to be starting it again. I was like, hey, I just want you to know that since you gifted it to me, the plan is to start Dude Souls on the 19th. And so I think he replied with just a laughing emoji. But yeah, Dude Souls.
It's considered the worst Souls game, but it's actually still a good game.
So the plan is to resume Dude Souls on the 19th, and then the plan is to do that every other Wednesday going forward.
Consider Souls 2 like an 8 out of 10 out of a series that's normally expected to get 9 or 10s.
What do you give Dark Souls, the first one, out of 10?
Like 9.5 out of 10. If it wasn't for the Bed of Chaos.
So depending on my like I said, we're planning on doing every other Wednesday, and depending on those opposite Wednesdays, if I don't have anything going on and Dude wants to, we may be able to throw a couple extra in. So we'll see. But yeah, so that is what the near future looks like for me. And I've been kind of teasing it, but the thing that I've been working on with Nightmare is very, very, very near to completion, and I can't wait to reveal it to the public. And it's very exciting. I think everyone's really gonna like it. So, Dude is. I asked him yesterday, the day before. I'm like, "Hey, would you mind being part of the beta testing?" I still don't know what it is. So yeah, I think you're gonna like it. So basically, everyone in our sphere does this sort of thing. I think everyone's gonna love it. So, but yeah, you'll get the beta test it and give me your thoughts and feedback and see what let me know what you.
I can tell you it's absolute trash.
So, but yeah, with that, that'll do it for tonight. So everyone have a great rest of your evening, and we will see you all later. So have a good one, everyone. We'll catch you next time. And as always, in the meantime, game on.